Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the return after 167 days since the final day of competition for the BNL Karting Series back in 2020. The world still is in the current situation. However, we get to go back racing. But before we get on to the brass tacks about talking about racing this weekend here at the home of champions Karting Genk, we need to remember a very, very good friend of the BNL Karting Series family at this time. Cool. A very good friend of the BNL Karting Series family, Wim Halers, was a man that was always firm, fair, but also a very, very good friend behind the scenes. I first met him when I first joined the BNL Karting Series back in October 2018. And, very, very softly spoken, gentle giant, if you will. But he was taken from us on the 6th of January this year after battling pneumonia, a short illness. He was always willing to be there, not just for everyone around him, but for the sport in its entirety. He has left an indelible mark that we will never, ever forget. I always had great conversations with him, always had a smile on his face, sitting on the terrace of the brasserie, just by the spectators' stands. Real, real nice guy. And when I heard of his passing, I was just like everyone else. I was very, very emotional about it. And he's a true character. He will be very much missed. So rest in peace, Vim. We know you're up there safe and sound, and hopefully we'll see you very, very soon, our good friend. So over the next 204 days, just 2 weeks shy of 7 months, we'll be competing at 2 different tracks between now at the BNL Karting Series Kick-off all the way through to the final round of the 14th season of the BNL Karting Series, which is going to be held between the 9th and the 10th of October. We'll be racing here at Karting Genk, the home of champions, and also in the Namur region we'll be heading back to Karting d'Espagne, which made its debut at the BNL Karting Series back in 2019. Alex Goldschmidt commentating from my home here in the United Kingdom, but my heart and my spirit is with everyone at Karting Genk, whilst Guillaume Alvarez is going to be the circuit commentator for the race weekend. We are moments away from qualifying. Over the next 2 days, we will have around 270 minutes of racing action. 4 different classes. We have to firstly say a big thank you to the Limburg municipality, the Mayor of Genk, and also the Belgian Ministry of Sport for allowing this event to go ahead, but not as completely planned. We are now having just 4 out of the 6 uniform categories because this has been given elite sporting status, this event, by the Ministry of Sport. So a big thank you for them for allowing us to compete. We have 98 different drivers from 11 different nationalities. The most represented nation this weekend will be the Netherlands. We have countries that do have competitors pretty much in all 4 classes, 3 of them in total: Germany, France, and Belgium. We have 6 5-minute qualifying sessions this morning. We also have 15 7-minute plus 1 additional lap heats throughout the rest of the day, with the action closing out at around just before a touch before 6 o'clock local time in Belgium this evening. That's just before 1800 hours. We will tomorrow have 1 7-minute plus 1 additional lap second chance heat for senior Rotax that has the biggest subscription here this weekend. 47 drivers this weekend here in senior Rotax. We will then have 4 pre-finals, all lasting 13 minutes plus 1 a lap, and then 4 finals that will also last the same duration. So, and what the drivers are vying for at the end of this season are for prestigious tickets for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, which has now been confirmed by BRP Rotax themselves to take place at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit between the 4th and the 11th of December 2021, which was scheduled to be the event, the host circuit for the event last year, but obviously with the COVID-19 pandemic changing everything, which actually forced the cancellation of the rescheduled 2020 grand finals that were due to take place at Portimao, were unfortunately, due to the severe situation that had exacerbated over the winter due to the pandemic, meant that there were no grand finals. It was cancelled literally just moments before it was due to go ahead. The green flag now waves for the first time in 2021 for official competition in the BNL Karting Series. We will have 24 senior Rotax drivers. So quite a few familiar names and faces that you will recognise from the BNL Karting Series. A big thank you, first of all, to Camp Company GmbH and MW Race Consulting for providing the live stream this weekend, as always. So the first driver I've just seen out on the circuit is Danny Plins from the Netherlands, running with Dames Racing. Will Kirstens, Lars Zanen, Victor Plato, Daniel Hunt, one of the several Latvians actually at the circuit this weekend. Yashram Jankan, Julien Hash, Nick Kuppens, Marcello Vigna-Pahord from France, Luca Leistra, Dylan Lahaye. Names that do ring a bell for a lot of you people out there in terms of the BNL Karting Series. Milan Koppens, Mario Sidler from Switzerland, but it is short, quick-fire qualifying sessions all the way through this morning. We'll have 2 groups for seniors. First time comes in from Danny Prince of 58.537. Well, Kirstens goes over 0.4 of a second quicker. Lars Zanen yet to set a lap time. So we have 24 drivers in this, and as I say that, Lars Zanen goes sub 58 seconds, so 57.948. 92 thousandths quicker, but then Marcelo Vigno-Parod goes top of the timesheets by nearly a tenth. 57.868 from the French driver. And the times are now coming in. Turnschmidt had a bit of an iffy first lap, 1 minute 2.144, but a lot of the drivers now getting sub 60 seconds, which includes the likes of Kilian Tarnier, Luca Leistra, Beat Dorrestein, Juho Valtonen, the Finn that won the Road Sachs Max Challenge Winter Cup at Karting Campillos in February of 2020. He is back, but I think he's finding this as a bit of a tune-up for his European exploits this year with SP Motorsport. So at the moment, Danny Prince has the fastest lap by over 2.5 tenths of a second, 0.272. But Victor Plateau goes top of the timesheets with half of the session remaining at 54.469. Now Nick Cuppens joins the party. The number 374 from Belgium up into first position and is the first driver to break the 54-second barrier. 53.781. But then Juho Valtonen responds and, Juho Valtonen showing top of the timesheets. Not too sure if he's got a possible transponder issue. Dylan LaHaye up into P8 and is 653 seconds off the initial pace. But Cuppens still leading the way in this time session. And the combined qualifying aggregate will be based on who is fastest in each respective session. So Valtonen is in the lead. That's a 53.7. That's incredible lap time. Now I know for a fact that the track conditions at Karting Genk, okay, it's dry, it's sunny, but it is going to be rather cold. We are sort of towards the tail end of winter, coming into the spring at the moment. So a few people are wearing woolly hats whilst they're there at the circuit. But then Luca Leistra now goes sub 54 seconds. Quite a few drivers. So Luca Leistra, Nick Cuppens, Max Stemmerdink, Storm Breuer, they're all under the 54-second barrier. So effectively, what can happen is that the drivers will be pushing like crazy. We're into the last 60 seconds of the session. However, can anyone depose Juho Valtonen from the top of the timesheets? Two of the GKS drivers come across the line. One of them will be Lars Zanen, the other one will be Victor Plateau, and Lars Zanen is the quicker out of the duo at this particular moment in time. So Lars Zanen is behind Victor Plateau as they go through turns 4 and into the left at 5. Before the right-hander at 6 that brings them onto the Europolan. Fabian Bock, in the meantime, goes up into P9. So, Plateau and Zanen go through turn 7 after the Europolan. And at the end of it all, these drivers are actually going faster than the parallel adjacent traffic on the road by the main straightaway. So some of the drivers now making their way through into turn 10, one of which I think that might have been the 318 of Kilian Tarnier, and I think has got Daniel Hunt from Latvia just behind. But the checkered is out for the session. 5 minutes of qualifying completed. Some of the drivers moving in. Nick Cuppens goes 4th. Kilian Tarnier from France in 7th. Patrick Slok-Melis, who is also one of the other Latvians in this class, comes across the line. Time still coming through, though. So just because the checkered's out doesn't mean that some people are still on their final flying lap. But Juho Valtonen, by 27 thousandths of a second, pips Luca Leistra from Belgium in the 3:07. And then Max Stemmerdink from the Netherlands makes it 3 different nationalities represented in the top 3. So Finland, Belgium and the Netherlands. So it looks like that has been pretty much confirmed. Now all results called today, both on not just the live stream, but there are people listening at the circuit. They will have the dulcet tones of Guillaume Alvarez this weekend. So Juho Valtonen now is fastest in this session. So the benchmark time for the other drivers in senior road tax to beat is a 53.743. Luca Leistra was second in that session, 27 thousandths adrift, and then Max Stemmerdink made it the top 3, covered by 81 thousandths for JJ Racing in the Netherlands. Nick Cuppins from Dams Racing was 4th, ahead of Stormbrouwer from SP Motorsport. Milan Coppens, Kilian Tarnier, Danny Prins, Mario Sidler, Fabian Bock, Beer Dorstein, Dylan LaHaye, a former champion of the BNL Karting Series as well, rounded out the top 12. Patrick Lokmelis from Latvia in 13th, ahead of Yashram Jankan in the 351, the 326 of Bart de Wit. Lars Zanen, Victor Plateau, Marcelo Wegner Pahord, Jordi van der Eyck, Tern Schmidt, Daniel Hunt, Wout Kirstens, Jens Pranger, and Julien Hasche, I think it is. That 24 strong of senior Rotax drivers, covered by 1.221 seconds. All results called on the stream this weekend will be provisional, pending any sporting and technical checks. For those wondering, where can you find us on social media? Where can you find our website? Well, you can head to bnlkartingseries.com. That's our official website, and the website is available both in English and also Dutch. You can also go to at BMC_BNL on Instagram, at KartingBNL on Twitter, and just type in the engine, the search engine that is, on BNL Karting Series on Facebook. So we have around about 8 minutes to fill before the next session gets on. Well, I'll make that 7, as one of the drivers there doing some gearing up exercises. Everyone has a different procedure on how they move forward, so I'll be back in just a couple of moments' time when we get underway with senior qualifying here at the BNL Karting Series for Group 2 at the Home of Champions.
Taking a look at the past lap times that we've had here with the senior class, we get of course the results updated very shortly for the first group that we had just on track. But watching back at what happened yesterday with the practice sessions, it's fair to mention that Luca Leistra, the 307, Luca Leistra competing in this class for Bouvin Power as well. Luca Leistra has been one of the fastest and most consistent on one lap yesterday. A busy day yesterday for all the competitors of the kick-off with a lot of practice sessions, 13-minute long scan practice sessions yesterday for all the classes. It was a busy day, but very, very useful indeed to get yourself used to the track ahead of the most decisive sessions starting right now. So Luca Leistra, the fastest early in the morning in the senior class as well, in 53.8. So very, very fast lap time already. 53.8, 53.7 for Euro Valtaen. So the competitors, of course, in track conditions are getting faster. Competitors as well are getting faster by the day passing, and that should provide us very tight racing indeed. The seniors, just to remind you, of course, you're all very much familiar with how it works around here when it comes to the competition. The Senior Max will have 6 qualifying heats in total. The first of qualifying heats for the Senior Max class will start at 12:15 local time, just after the last qualifying of the DD2 Master class. We'll have 6 heats, as I said, for Senior Max. The first opposing the group A and B, then C and D, then 2 more opposing A and D, then B against C, and the last 2, A against C, B against D. So, as you can imagine, 3 heats by driver, 3 qualifying heats as well for all the other categories. And at the end of all those races, then provisional classification. Always interesting, of course, midway through the weekend to see which drivers finished on top, which drivers was able to get the best results, or be the most consistent, because in the qualifying heat is not very much about who's fastest, but who can actually extract himself from the field, who can collect the best results, who can be the most consistent and avoid mistakes in order to collect the points and be as high as possible on the starting grid for the qualifying.
The green flag has now waved for the second time, and we have our second group of senior Rotax drivers, 23 in total, ready to go out for their 5-minute qualifying session. And it is now a case of we're playing that game called Chicken right now, because what the drivers are doing, they're being shown the green flag, they have a minimum amount of time, and what you will see very shortly, I can tell you this from experience, is the fact that they will all go out at the same time. So this is where things get interesting. No one's wanting to blink first, and now I'm sure that someone is going to start making the move. Yep, there we go. 3 of them starting to move out onto the circuit. And the time has started counting down at this particular moment in time. So some of the drivers will be getting themselves around the circuit. Looks like I think I spotted 3:30, which is, if memory serves me correctly, Scott Westhoven's. I think quite a few other drivers there coming out too. Vincent van Kerkhoffen actually came out. Oh, now that's not what you want to do in turn 6. Even in qualifying, going through the Europalan 3 wide. Okay, I can understand it in racing conditions, gents, but at this particular moment in time, please don't give anybody a heart attack at this particular moment, myself included. So green flags waving circuit wide. So the drivers now will set the initial benchmark laps as they come through out of turn 11 into the right-hander at turn 12 that opens up, and you're allowed to carry the momentum round to the left-hand side. So Westhoven sets the initial benchmark. And it's the 368. That is Stéphane Lemonot, one of the independents, and actually one of many French drivers here this weekend, running on the Red Speed chassis. So Christian Decline has now moved up from junior Rotax to senior Rotax. So had a good chat with him and his dad back at Portimao for the International Trophy in December of last year. Christian now running in the 399 in senior Rotax. Another driver that has also made the move up to this category is Lucas Schallmakers. Was originally in junior Rotax last season, now up to seniors. And if memory serves me correctly, yes, he's still very much on the X-Free chassis and still with JJ Racing. There have been some moves in terms of driver positioning. There is a quote-unquote driver's market, not to the sort of grandstand side that we would have, like, say, in Formula 1. However, in karting, drivers do switch teams. And good to see Luna Blum. She is now second at the moment, but Schallmakers goes P1 on a 54.428. That is nearly 7/10 slower than the benchmark set by Finland's Juho Valtonen in the first session. But we still have a minute and a half of this session still to go. These drivers will do their absolute utmost to get as far up the order as possible. However, that's dependent if someone like Schallmakers or Blum or the 306 of Milan Ritter, whose brother Silas is going into GT4 this year, and with one particular driver that's actually on this grid who's still being bitten by the karting bug. His teammate, I understand, is Mads Rees, who's just gone top of the timesheet, so 53.971 for the Dane. Has raced with the likes of RS Competition and Dams Racing over the past few years. So he is, well, that's just over a 10th and a half slower than Juho Valtonen at this particular moment in time, as the session now is coming to its inevitable conclusion. All drivers rounded out by Vincent Boutillier in the 327, covered by just over 1.9 seconds. Mads Rees is the only driver in this field that has gone sub 54 seconds. So Luca Thiel, one of the regulars at JJ Racing, as there's quite a few drivers there. Mads Rees goes slightly quicker and to within a 10th and a half of Juho Valtonen, but the Dane couldn't get close enough in the last few stages, as some of these are taking it like a glorified race session right now, going through turn 8. My goodness me. And I think one of them, that is Christian Decline, I think, at the no, that isn't Christian Decline, is it? I think that is the case, the 399 there, going through into turn 11, and there looks to be a little bit of a bump from behind from the cart at the end of that 3-cart train. Is power sliding going into turn 12. I know the track might be a little bit greasy this morning, a little bit green, but Mads Rees takes the session. Milan Ritter was running in as a junior last year. His brother Silas was actually running in DD2, made the jump through 2 categories, but Mads Rees takes the session in the 379. So it is a Danish 1-2 in Group 2 for Senior Rotax here at the BNL Karting Series. Lucas Schallmakers and Luna Blum round out the top 4, so 2 Dutch drivers, both from JJ Racing. Then Luca Thiel makes it 3 from JJ Racing in the top 5. And makes it the 3rd different represented nationality in the top 5. Vincent Bouteiller, good to see Morgan Riche back with RM Concept. Used to run with César Gazot back in 2019 when César was on the podium for the Euro Trophy, which is scheduled to have its first round of 4 here at this circuit in just 3 weeks' time. Christian de Klein rounds out the top 7 behind Bouteiller from France. Patrick Rundqvist back in senior Rotax once again. The Swede in the 359 takes 8th ahead of Vincent van Kerkhoffen. Jordi Westerleken. Then you've got Jordi van der Westerleken, Alexander Kramwinkel, Gilles Clouet, Flint Schuring. Brother Morris is now concentrating on the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. Where he was very, very impressive as a rookie. Ehad Turker now has switched to Buvin Power for 2021. The sole Turkish representative this weekend. Bennett Ahrens, who I first came across in Rotax Max Challenge Germany last season. He's here as well, was 15th, 0.655 seconds off of Madsenies. Then rounding out the 23 strong, Tim van der Scheepop, Jens van der Heyden, Scott Westhovens, Sem van Til, Stefan Lemuneau, Sam Bergstein, and also Colin van Lammeren round out the 23 strong. 1.114 seconds separate the 23 strong senior Rotax from Group 2. But based on aggregate, Juho Valtonen is going to be the driver that will provisionally be in pole position. So they're going to be split into 4 categories: Group A, B, C and D. So the senior Rotax division will have the most running time out on the circuit today and overall through this weekend. But very shortly, in around about 7 minutes' time, we'll be back for the first group of junior Rotax drivers. And that will be at 10:45 local time. So we now get to the halfway point of qualifying here at the BNL Karting Series Grand Kick-off here at the home of champions, 1,360 metres. Initially, this circuit was inaugurated back in 1983. So in 2 years' time, the circuit will celebrate 40 years. Quite a milestone when you think about it. Okay, Senior Rotax has had their qualification done and dusted. We now have Junior Rotax, 14 of the 27 drivers now out on the circuit. And you see a colour, a lot of JJ Racing colours I spot there as well. We do in this field have quite a few familiar names. Kai Rielats, who last year became the new driver to take the Euro Trophy crown after 2 successful seasons. We've already had one driver have a massive moment, and that was going through the into turn 9, the 255. That's Enzo Boll. Now I'm wondering who was the kart that actually mounted the back bumper. So that's the thing in karting when you're running rather close. So Rielet sets the benchmark, a 1 minute 2.2. Bruno Malders drops into second, but then a lot of drivers come through. Luke Niesen, Magnus Pedersen, Marius Rosa, Ralf van der Pevert, Bruno Malders, Enzo Boll, who has competed in the BNL Karting Series. I think the first time I came across that name was the Golden Trophy back in November of 2018. On your screens going down the Europalan, you've got the 216 of Olivier Jonkers, now with Dams Racing. I still remember when he was running with GKS Lemons Power. There is Kai Rielets going through the right-hander at turn 10 into the left-hander at 11. Rielets was in contention for the title of the BNL Karting Series crown last year. However, that went to Tim Gerhards, who has now moved on to pastures new for 2021, but in the second group, his twin brother Nick is still racing with us here this weekend as the 255 of Enzo Boll gets swamped by a couple of karts, one of which looks to be the 2-2. Yeah, so that looks to be, yeah, that's Magnus Pedersen and Marius Rosa just up ahead of the two. Of the number 255 of Enzo Boll, but Kai Rielets setting the initial benchmark of 56.584 from the Belgian, and he is Luke Nielsen and Bruno Malders have both set exactly the same lap time of 57.204. However, Nielsen, on the benefit of setting that lap time first, gets the position by default. Kai Rielets again. Well, times are tumbling now. Rielets goes in and puts a 55.715. Bruno Malders up to second. Luke Nielsen, Joip Briefeld, Vic Stevens in the 205 from JJ Racing. So Briefeld doing his level best. As you can see, the pair of Pedersen and Rosa working together, going through turn 6 onto the Europalan. Just under 90 seconds on the session remains, and they are going part. Look. We keep on saying this about the Europalan, but seeing it on screen does not give its true, real definition as all. Now there was a bit of a moment for one of the Dams Racing karts, which is now making its way through. I think that was that's a bit too aggressive. They go through turn 10 by Edgars Vilkans from Latvia. So the driver's really trying to push the envelope. 50 seconds on the clock still to go. Rielets, Malders, Niesen, they are the only three that have gone sub 56 seconds. Well, Kasper Schurmans, good to see him back. Now, he is a junior now. He has also competed in this particular... he's had a lot of opportunity, and I had a really nice message from his father, Rob Schurmans, last night. That, yeah, obviously running with Stampex Motorsport, and he's probably one of the youngest drivers, I think, in this field. He's just 11 years of age. He's competed in Micromax, and also last year, his dad told me that he raced in, he started training in the Junior Rotax class because of what's happened last year with the COVID-19 situation. Checker is out for the session. Luke Neeson, third. Joop Breedveld drops to fifth as Shawmans now drops through. Wilkens goes P3 on a 55.423. Shawmans crosses the line, goes fourth. So a good run there for the 11-year-old. 55.530. Kai Helitz looks to have got the top time in this, and that is a 55.310. But can Bruno Molders do something? These guys are now teammates at JJ Racing, a big powerhouse in terms of karting infrastructure. Mike Van Vugt, amongst others, has been part of their Roll of Honour, their alumni, and still works behind the scenes, if memory serves me correctly. But the drivers now. Kai Helitz goes even quicker. A 55.276 for the youngster. Bruno Molders was second in that session. Edgars Wilkens from Latvia was third. 0.14 seconds behind. Good showing by Kasper Schormans from Stampex Motorsport in the 244. Luke Neeson in fifth place ahead of Joop Breedveld, Magnus Pedersen, Vic Stevens, Monty Gomassen, who I first came across in Minimax last year in at the Rotax Max Challenge Germany. He's with us here this weekend in the 282. Enzo Bol in 10th, top 10 covered by just under 7.5 tenths of a second. Javi Bach-Machtiuk from the Netherlands, Olivier Jonkers, Ralf van der Pevert, and Marius Rosa rounding out the 14 strong. And then we'll have another qualifying session at 11 o'clock, just in around about 8 minutes' time, here at Karting Genk, the home of champions. So the final session of qualifying for Junior Rotax. Group 2 about to go out with 13 drivers out of the 27 that are here this weekend, representing 6 different nationalities. The time to beat is 55.276 seconds. That was the lap time set by Kai Rielets in that session, the 274. Green flag waves at the end of the pre-grid, and now the influx, or outflux if you will, starts making its way out onto the circuit, and one of them is going to be, that is Nick Gerhardt, that has just crossed the line first, followed by Tommy van der Stroys, newly signed with Combi Kart Racing Team, so has switched from his trusty Paralin chassis to Tony Kart for 2021. He actually jumped up from Micro to Junior for 2020, having won the BNL Karting Series Micromax title back in 2019. So a lot of learning for this youngster, based out of the Netherlands. And also another newcomer to the BNL Karting Series. Welcome along to Germany's Farin Mega, 2018 Minimax Grand Finals champion from Germany, has now switched from Kachmi to JJ Racing, and has settled in well over the winter period. So some of the drivers now getting their way around the circuit. Nick Gerhardt will set the initial benchmark time, and has put in a, well, he didn't set the benchmark, Matti Sturlo from Strawberry Racing did in that particular occasion. Thomas Strauven now rounds out the top 3. Thomas Stolzemanis from Latvia, Tommy van der Stroys, Joris Schoens, Max Knappen, Lawrence Herbos, Thijs Dams, Farin Mega, Theo Blin, Julian Grossman, and Mikkel Pedersen. Rounding out the 13 strong with 3 minutes and 12 seconds still to go on the clock here for what is their final session, and then that will be session 4 for qualifying completed. We still have DD2 and DD2 Masters still to go before a brief break before the first of the senior Rotax heats, which will be groups A and B at 12:15 local time. So Stolzemanis goes to the top of the timesheets, 56.553. Still a little bit of time to find. Tommy van der Stroys just 71 thousandths behind him. But then Mikkel Pedersen goes in and puts in a 56.422. That is just shy of 1.2 seconds off of the pace that Kai Rielets showed in the first session. We have just under half of the session remaining. Drivers making their way through turn 8, which includes the likes of Stolzemanis, who's just coming through turn 9. So at the minute, the top 10, which is rounded up by Theo Glyn from France, covered by just under 1.4 seconds at this particular moment. But Mikkel Pedersen leading the way, but then Nick Gerhardt goes through, and then Stolzemanis changes everything up once again. Strauven now up into P2, so they are getting closer and closer to Kai Rielets' time. And in many respects, that's around about a quarter of a second between Stolzemanis and Rielets. But don't count out Thomas Strauven. Don't count out Joris Schoens, who had a bit of a character-building season last season here in the BNL Karting Series. Tommy van der Stroys, very, very competitive. First ever time I saw him, he actually won all 4 races for Micromax that particular weekend, and I ended up giving him the nickname of Mr. Domination. How long did that last? Not long. But he is rather ultra-competitive as drivers, trying to do the old slipstreaming effect here at Karting Gate. The only 2 main places that you can do that is down the start-finish straight, down the Europalan as well. Now that's very, very close for the 254. That was Tommy van der Stroys, who's just had Thomas Strauven go up the inside of him through into turn 2. But Thomas Stolzemanis has beaten Kai Rielets' time by just by 0.256 seconds. Matthias Turlo has also beaten Kai Hulitz's time. But by 71 thousandths of a second, Mikkel Pedersen rounds out the top 3. And all of the top 11 out of 13 drivers have gotten under the 56-second barrier. 10 seconds on the clock remaining. Stoltz still holds the fastest time. But can the Latvian go sub 55? We might not have long to wait. Oh, goes to within 4 1,000ths of that. And did he break the timing barrier just before the check? He's got another flying lap in his pocket. And you can tell by the way that Stoltz is driving the wheels off of the 213 Cosmic chassis. He's running with RM Latvia this weekend. He's now going down the Europolan. So Mikkel Pedersen takes P3. Jori Schoens in 4th. Nick Gerhard still has another lap. Now, he went up to the top of the timesheets, but I think the danger driver here is Stoltz, who's right on the back bumper of Nick Gerhard's, and I think just puts his hand up to sort of like say, recognise that, okay, that's about it. And we'll see if he dives into the pits, which he does. But Nick Gerhard's will come through turn 12. Can the Dutch driver based out of Amsterdam improve this time around? Checker flag waves on the start-finish line. Doesn't improve on position. Mathies Turlo, however, improves his time and stays second. 55.117 for the 242. Running on the Tony Kart chassis. So after that frantic session, it is Group 2 that has the fastest time overall. So effectively, Stoltz will be on pole position. And it's based on the aggregate of times. So Tomas Stoltz from Latvia takes pole position in this session, the top time. Then Mathies Turlo from the Netherlands takes second in the 242, 0.113 behind. Mikkel Pedersen from RS Competition. Dams Racing's Jori Schoens in 4th, ahead of Thomas Strauven from Strawberry Racing. Max Knappen, Nick Gerhards, Farin Mega on his debut weekend for JJ Racing posts the 8th fastest time in this session. Then it is followed by Theo Blanc, Tommy van der Stroys in the 254, Jeroen Kloosman in 11th position on a 55.836. Thijs Dams in the 221, it takes 12th, ahead of fellow Belgian Lawrence Herbols in the 298. That concludes qualifying for Junior Rotax. So in just a few minutes' time, in around 8 minutes' time, we'll be back for qualifying for DD2. 4 qualifying sessions down, 2 5-minute qualifying sessions still to go. Next up, it is the DD2 class. And we had a change in championship, champions on a roll list, because Glenn Van Parijs, who made his return back to the BNL karting series last season, deposed the 2-time champion at that particular point, which was Zander Przyblak. But there has been a little bit of a change. One of the reasons being is that Zander Przyblak has now switched teams. He's now gone to Stan Peck's Motorsport for 2021 after a long time association with Buvin Power. However, I'm rather interested to see what is going to happen between these two, because they were both stablemates, they were teammates. However, now they are rivals. This is where things get rather interesting for 2021. And to be completely honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, obviously a warm welcome to those watching from home, because this, under the current stipulations provided by the Ministry of Sport from Belgium, is that it is a closed door event. There has been mandatory COVID testing required for circuit entry. So we have 16 drivers representing 7 different nationalities. And good to have back with us from France, Paulo Besancenes. He was with us back at the back last year at round 2, or the second and final round of the season. Ville Villainen, he's back with us as well, and he is running in the 422. There is the 468 of Hannes Border in the on the Maranello chassis. So Villainen setting the initial pace with a 57.103. Good to also have back with us Sebastian Degrand. Managed to secure the Belgian Max Challenge 2019 title. So he's back with us, still with Dams Racing, and speaks very, very fluent English. Him and his dad, Olivier, very, very good people. Got to know them very well at Sarno. There's a little bit of bumping there between the 404. That is of Amérique Guerra from RM Concepts, and under Morgan Riche. Just behind we've got the 469 of Enzo Boulogne, and they're running on the EOS chassis. Zander Przyblak, top of the timesheets at the moment briefly, but then here comes the powerhouse that is Glenn Van Parijs in the number 401, the reigning and defending champion. So he's now got the target on his back, but for 2 respective seasons before that, it was Zander Przyblak that had that prestigious honour of running the 401. However, Zander is just over 2 tenths adrift. Anthony Millet and Paulo Besancenes now occupy the final 2 positions in the top 3. But then Jan Negersens, Ville Villainen, they now respectively take 3rd and 2nd. Zander Przyblak now goes 35 thousandths quicker than Glenn Van Parijs. So it is a Belgian 1-2, customarily on home soil here at the Home of Champions karting Genk, with 1 minute and 40 seconds left in the session. The complete field is, now Glenn Van Parijs, first driver to go sub 53, and goes nigh on to the point, 0.251 seconds in front of Zander Przyblak. So Glenn Van Parijs finding a bit more pace out there in these current conditions here at Karting Genk. And at this particular moment in time, 6 degrees Celsius, and it is pretty much sunny all the way through the day. A little bit of cloud cover scheduled for the latter part of the day itself, as drivers wrestling for position. Imke Arts from the Netherlands, she's back with us here at the BNL Karting Series. She is currently, at this particular moment in time, in P11, top 11 covered by 0.937 seconds. Matthias Lund from Denmark now drops Imke Arts a further position down the order, but it is Van Parijs, Villainen, Przyblak, Gersens. Good to see Mick Knowlton coming back for another season in DD2, having raced for a few years. Still with GKS Levens Power is the Dutch driver. And it's Anthony Millet, Paulo Besancenes, Jordi Klebold, son of De Bakker, Carl Klebold, or as he was originally nicknamed by me, the fastest baker in Flanders. Well, de Bakker sounds a bit more rapid fire, a bit punchy, wouldn't you say there? Enzo Boulogne rounds out the top 14 at the moment. Villelainen and Goossens still rounding out second and fourth position respectively. Zonov Schiblak trying to do his level best, but the check-in is out for the session after a brief 5 minutes. Matthias Lund, the first to cross the stripe, 53.757 for the Dane. Mick Knowlton takes P5 provisionally. Mikkel Tigerson takes 16th out of 16. And these drivers will all have 3 heats, 7 minutes plus an additional lap. As more drivers now will take the checkered, coming through turn 12. Quite a few of them. So Millet and Bessin-Senez take 6th and 7th. De Grand 9th. Ricard Subekis in 10th. Villelainen takes 2nd position. Jan Nigussen stays 4th. But I'm not too sure. Yeah, I think I've just spotted Glenn Van Parijs, I think, going through turn 6 onto the Europolaan. So Jordi Clervaux, Imke Arts, Zonov Schiblak. Well, that is it for the session. Glenn Van Parijs takes pole position for the first of 3 7-minute plus 1 additional lap heats, the first of which will be at 1:15 p.m. local time here in the Limburg region in Genk, at 12:15 p.m. for those watching in the United Kingdom. So Glenn Van Parijs with a 52.846 takes pole position. Villelainen takes 2nd ahead of Zonov Schiblak, who now has the pressure taken off of him somewhat for season number 14 of the BNL karting series. Yanni Goossens in 4th, Mick Knowlton, Anthony Millet, Paolo Bessin-Senez rounds out the top 7. Jordi Clervaux in 8th, Sebastian de Grand in 9th, Ricard Subekis rounding out the top 10, covered by 0.786 seconds. Then you follow that up with Matthias Lund, Imke Arts, Emeric Guerin, Enzo Boulogne, Hannes Border, and Mikkel Tigerson from Denmark rounding out this 16 strong. Very soon we'll have our final qualifying session in around 7 minutes time, DD2 Masters. Final qualifying session for the BNL Karting Series Kick-off now underway with DD2 Masters out on track. And despite there being only 8 different competitors representing 4 different nationalities, I'm sure that we will have some rather interesting talking points through this category. Last year's champion Rudy Champion was on the initial entry list, but has withdrawn. Obviously, it has to come down to the respective restrictions that are being enforced. Things are consistently changing in continental Europe and also across the globe, reference the COVID-19 pandemic. But we have Estonia, France, Belgium, and for some strange reason, this always happens with this man, Christoph Adams decides he's Dutch for the weekend. So that means he's got to speak in that language the whole weekend. So that means that he's running under a Dutch license. But normally when he's in the Euro Trophy, he's running. I've seen him run on a French license or a Belgian license. The Mr. Casanova, as Ben van der Stucken nicknamed him once on a BNL Karting Series after movie, as they are starting to jostle for position. Good to see Tom Dessert back from GKS Lemons Power, the Belgian running on the Esprit chassis. He won the BNL Karting Series Kick-off last year, which was, funny enough, it was just over a year ago. And the weather wasn't kind, let's say. Always a microclimate here at Karting Genk. But I'm not there. I'm there in heart, I'm there in mind and spirit and heart. But obviously my mind is very much here in the United Kingdom, where I'm commentating from at the moment. So it's been a big Herculean effort for the whole team at Camp Company GmbH to get this up and running. So Carl Klebot, De Backer leading the timesheets, 54.666 from the 510. He also is a previous BNL Karting Series champion. 2019, he took the BMC and the BNL titles in DD2 Masters. Christoph Adams, 2-time Grand Finals champion in his own right. And running on a different chassis this season, I see. Now, normally, I've seen him run on a variety of chassis since I met this particular vicarious individual. He's full of joie de vivre, full of life, and also jocularity. And yeah, always comedic when it comes to his Instagram account. But Tom Dessert now is the first driver to go sub 54 seconds, 53.886 for the Belgian. Carl Klebot rounds out the top 2 at the moment. Font Clavergne from KMD Le Mans rounds out the top 3 briefly before Christoph Adams takes third after Bruno dos Santos had third for, I think, literally a millisecond. Good to see Goose is out on the circuit. Frederick Baker in the 553. Yeah, his favourite film character, of course, is Goose from Top Gun. And if you've already watched the movie, you know what happens in that one. But yeah, good to see he's now with Boovin Power running on the Tony Kart chassis. Loving the military-style race helmet that he's got. Very, very sort of like a deep matte green with a little bit of a glossy overcoat to it. So looking forward to catching up with him as well. So we'll see how he gets on. Less than 60 seconds on the clock to go. Carl Klebot improves on time, a 54.009 that puts him exactly 2.5 tenths ahead of Christoph Adams. But then Bruno dos Santos goes P2, 79 thousandths slower than Tom Dessert. Good to see that Pritzai is also competing here this weekend. There's Carl Klebot going through turn 7. Now into the right-hander at turn 8. Allows the kart to drift. Going through turn 8, through towards the apex. Now wrestling. You can just see the minute steering inputs that Klebot is putting in. Now into turn 10, allowing the kart to... Sometimes they say that sideways isn't always the fastest way around a circuit. When you've got the kart hooked up and you get a little bit of... not so much unwanted drift, but characteristical drift. That's where the times can really happen. Carl Klebot, oh, nice work by De Backer. Goes 81 thousandths quicker than Tom Dessert, as the first driver to cross the line will be Bruno Dos Santos, followed by Christophe Adams. Pritzai takes 5th. Christophe Capitain on the Tony Kart chassis representing France takes 7th, but Carl Clevort and Tom Dessert, I think, have they got another lap in hand? Well, it looks like there's a full course yellow situation here at Karting Genk as the drivers now will head towards the pit lane. So Carl Clevort and Tom Dessert. Now, are they going to punch it and put the hammer down? Well, there is the 529 of Franck Laverne going through the left-hander at turn 10. And there's Carl Clevort hustling his way through turn 12. Tom Dessert goes to within 2/1000ths of a second. Oh, the closest margin decided this weekend in qualification. But it is De Backer, Carl Clevort from Belgium with Bouvin power. He will start on provisional pole position for the first of 3 heats, all lasting 7 minutes in duration plus an additional lap. So Carl Clevort with a 53.805 from the 510. Tom Dessert 2/1000ths behind in qualification in the X3 chassis provided by his team, GKS Lemons Power. Christophe Adams makes it 96,000ths, covering the top 3 in the 555, followed by Bruno Dos Santos, Pritzai from Estonia, Franck Laverne from France, Christophe Capitain also representing France, covering, rounding out the top 7 with Frederick Bakert from Belgium in the 553, or Goose, as is more commonly known, rounds out the 8-strong grid and covered by 0.851 seconds at the end of their 5-minute session of qualification. So we're now going to have a little bit of a pause here at the BNL Karting Series Kick-off. The first race gets underway. It is Senior Rotax Groups A versus B at 12:15 local time. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Local time will be the start of the first qualifying heat to come this afternoon. So make sure to tune in if you're watching on the live stream brought to you by Sam Company with our dear friend Alex Kopnis on the commentary. Myself, John Alvarez here on location to entertain you what's going to happen on track. So stay tuned. Where is this to go? The first of the seniors, then the juniors, the T2 and the Unity Masters. Then we take them all once again and we go for another round of 8. And then the third round of 8, 15 in total, until close to 6 o'clock local time here again. So plenty of action, plenty of entertainment to live together. Thank you all once again for being with us here in Genk. Thank you also for tuning in wherever you are in the world, watching the event of the BNL Karting Series. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back very, very soon with the official annotated qualifying results after this morning, and then the starting grid. We'll go through the starting grid of each class to make sure to identify who might be the potential contenders in each of the classes. Even though it's been quite early in this weekend, none of those drivers, especially those dreaming of a first historic season, none of those drivers will take so many risks to start the qualifying heat. But, never say never, and no one is actually out of surprises, and surprises can happen to everyone. So this will be very, very much interesting. This will be exciting. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes, 12:15, the first of 15 qualifying heats for this together here in the home of champions. In the meantime, this is lunch, of course, and us as well. Have a nice lunch, and we'll be back in this 45 minutes. continuation of the Saturday and midday qualifying ahead of us for the kick-off of the BNL Karting Series 2021. I hope everybody has a bit of fun to rest, sleep.
Wim Hollers is a man much missed here at this circuit. Unfortunately, his passing on the 6th of January 2021 was a shock, a surprise, but we knew that this could happen to any one of us at any particular time in our lives. Wim was a very, very courteous man, smiling when required, but also had that iron fist, that ruling hand, where his word was law. A man that was firm and fair, but also very jovial behind the scenes. A man that resonates with us in so many different ways, including life, but also the biggest thing is the sport that we love and that we look forward to every single race weekend. I still remember, having conversations with him over lunch, predominantly in 2019. A really, really nice guy, very, very much family orientated, and our thoughts and our prayers are still with his family to this very day. He is a man that will definitely be a light that is extinguished on this earth, but that is a light that shines very, very brightly in all of our hearts. We can't thank him enough for all the work that he's done over the years, because words at this particular moment in time seem to always be so trivial. But one of the things that we will remember with Wim is always about the good times, always being trackside with friends and pretty much what we would now call as a family. So on that passing note, Wim, if you can hear us now, we know that you are looking over us like a guardian angel, and we race for you, as always, with full throttle, full commitment, and full send. We love you, and we miss you. So now the real work begins. Qualifying is done and dusted. Now the racing really starts. We have a total of 15 races here today. The first of which is Senior Road Tax. Heat 1 Groups A versus B, your running order, your starting order here at the Home of Champions is as follows. On pole position will be Juho Valtonen from Finland, and alongside him, newly signed GT4 driver, but still has the karting bug deep in his Danish blood, is Mads Ries in the 379. Then it's Max Stemmerdink and Luca Schoonmaker. Schoonmaker is making the move up to seniors for 2021. Storm Brouwer, who in October last year had a three-way fight with Sean Butcher, who became the eventual senior Rotax champion of the BNL Karting Series, and also Milan Koppens, battled away with those pair and was on the cusp of a victory. Can it happen in 2021? We'll soon find out. Luca Thiel is alongside him on row 3, with Kylian Tarnier from France and Christian de Klein in the 399 alongside on row 4. Completing the top 10, from Switzerland it's Mario Sidler, from Belgium it's Vincent van Kerkhoffen. Rounding out the 24 strong is Dorrestein, Kravwinkel, Lokmelis, Schuring, De Wit, Ahrens, Plateau, Van der Scheepop, Van der Eyck, Westhovens, Kirstens, Lemuno, Schmidt and Van Lammeren. So it will be down to Juho Valtonen and Mads Ries to keep them in formation. 7 minutes on the timer. Red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get season 14 of the BNL Karting Series well and truly underway. They now head towards the tram lines. And without further ado, are we ready? Are we steady? Well, the revs rise. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2021, we are racing into turn 1 for the first time. Great start by Valtonen. Stemmerdink looking up the inside initially as there's been a massive pile up through turn 2. And one of the drivers, I think, might be... Well, you got the 364, that's Patrick Slok-Melis. And was that possibly Bart de Wit that was involved in there as well? But... oh, drama in the first race. We get a clean start and it all goes wrong as of turn 2. As moves up the inside, I think that was a little bit further down the order. Probably the likes of maybe Victor Plateau having to battle away. But in the meantime, Juho Valtonen has a little bit of a lead. Mads Ries in second, Max Stemmerdink in third, Luca Schoonmaker's in fourth, and then he's battling away with Luca Thiel and Storm Brouwer. Well, Brouwer's actually now up into 5th place. So the Dutch driver making some headway initially. Whilst the sun shines down on the circuit, Valtonen now has over 7.5 tenths of a second between himself and Mads Ries, who comes under fire from Max Stemmerdink. Luca Thiel from Germany just behind. Storm Brouwer trying to close down on the JJ Racing drivers in front, and it's actually Luca Schoonmaker that's dropped down to 6th position. Kylian Tarnier, Christian de Klein now up into 8th position, 7th and 8th respectively. Jordi van der Eyck and Wout Kirstens now round out the top 10. But in the meantime, Luca Thiel holding on for 4th position with Storm Brouwer. Then Kylian Tarnier has quickly deposed of Luca Schoonmaker. Well, where is Schoonmaker? That's the key €64,000 question right about now. So Schoonmaker, I think, might have had a bit of a drama, not too sure. So Schoonmaker is probably going to be there or thereabouts. They come across the line, completing lap number 2. On to lap 3 we go. So Schoonmaker's actually now up past Storm Brouwer. So Schoonmaker's up the order. And so that now makes it 3 karts from JJ Racing in the top 5. And leading that at the moment is Max Stemmerdink from the Netherlands. So Scott Westhovens has stumbled all the way down to 24th position. Bennett Ahrens, Mario Sidler, Alexander Kramwinkel, Beer Dorrestein, and Patrick Slok-Melis, who was involved in that first corner melee. And I think it was Dorrestein that he was involved with through turn 2. But that's not what you want to see happen on the first race of the season. This is not a championship event, but also the official result of the finals as of tomorrow afternoon will be classed as the weekend result. So it is the... you've now got to start working and be consistent, but Mads Ries consistently closing in onto Juho Valtonen. So the Flying Finn now coming under fire from the charging Dane with Stemmerdink, Luca Thiel, Luca Schoonmaker and Storm Brouwer rounding out the top 6. Brouwer's got Kylian Tarnier just behind for position. That's for 6th place. And good moves from the likes of Bart de Wit and Victor Plateau. Unfortunately, Scott Westhoven's on lap number 2 is the first retirement out of the 24 drivers. So we still have 23 of them circulating. Patrick Stockmelis was able to have an opportunity, but obviously through that first turn, that first incident on lap 1 at turn 2, it gave the Latvian he's got a lot of work to do. But now Madson's closing in on Juho Valtonen, was just a fraction over, a tenth of a second quicker that time around. Max Demmerink rounds out the top 3. Luca Thiel now being closed in on by Lukas Schumacher. Schumacher's in the tow going through into turn 5 as the leaders now make their way through onto the Europalan through the right-hand hairpin at turn 6. Schumacher's looking to sense where that opportunity is going to be. Now, bearing in mind, Schumacher's was a junior last year. Now he's moved into seniors, and he's actually doing not a bad job. Reminds me of Mike Van Vuursche last year when Van Vuursche went to Richard Blom Motorsport last season when his rallycross campaign got curtailed because of COVID-19. But Schumacher is being closed in on by Storm Power. Looks like at this particular moment in time, Madson's again is going quicker and quicker in comparison to Juho Valtonen. So I think the Finn's going to be coming under fire, not just from Mads but also from Max Stemmerdink. Luca Thiel still fending off Lukas Schumacher, who sends it nice and cleanly up the inside of Luca Thiel through turn 6. And whilst these two are battling, this is allowing Storm Brouwer to come into the mix. So he could be the SP Motorsport meet between the JJ Racing sandwich in momentarily if he gets past Luca Thiel. There's been a moment there. Juho Valtonen and Mads Rees through turn 9. Oh, dramas for both. And you know what that means. Max Stemmerdink is leading. I think Mads Rees has got a problem. That kart is not responding quite as it should do. And that means that Max Stemmerdink, he must be counting his lucky stars at the moment, must the Dutch driver, the 301. And this now really changes everything as there's Victor Plateau goes scything up the inside. I think that was on Juho Valtonen and Bart de Wit through turn 2. That's brazen if ever I saw it. 1 minute and 8 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Max Stemmerdink leads the way ahead of Lukas Schumacher's, Luca Thiel, Storm Brouwer. Then it's Jordi van der Eyck, Christian de Klein, Juho Valtonen. Yeah, Mads Rees has parked it. And that says to me, oh, cheeky move up the inside from Storm Brouwer, up the inside of Luca Thiel. So the Dutch driver now up into P3. Jordi van der Eyck and Christian de Klein rounding out the top 6 positions as we go on to the penultimate lap of the race. 30 seconds on the clock as the top 4 make their way through turn 2. Oh, Luca Thiel senses an opportunity, sees that if there is a chink in the armour of Storm Brouwer, what can happen here right now is the fact of the matter that Luca Thiel could go up the inside, but he's got a lap and a half to do it as Luca Thiel. Stemmerdink has a 6/10 of a second advantage against Lukas Schumacher's. Storm Brouwer up into P3 for SP Motorsport. Luca Thiel, Jordi van der Eyck and Christian de Klein. Victor Plateau, Bart de Wit, Juho Valtonen is dropping out of the... well, he's close to being out of the top 10. We're going to go on to the final lap. And Max Stemmerdink has just over 1,400 metres to circumnavigate here at Karting Genk. He gets his head down. The briefest of glances over the right-hand shoulder for Max Stemmerdink. Lukas Schumacher's 6/10 adrift. Storm Brouwer and Luca Thiel. This could be an absolutely brilliant battle for the runner-up spot in this race. And we did expect fireworks here for the first race of the weekend. But I didn't expect a massive pile-up going through turn 2 for the first time of asking. However, Stemmerdink out of turn 7, into the right-hand sweeper of 8 for the final time. Now into the left at 9. Brouwer has got to do something, and if he wants to get second from Schumacher's, he's got to try and do it through turn 10. I think he's sitting pretty. He's going to keep it where it is through turn 11. One more turn to negotiate. And the first winner in the BNL karting series in season 14 is going to be the 301 from the Netherlands. Max Demmenink keeps his head cool whilst others lose theirs. Lucas Schallmakers takes second in his senior Rotax debut. Stormbrouwer P3, Luca Thiel, Jordi van der Eyck and Christian de Klein round out the top 6. Victor Plateau in 7th. Bart de Wit in 8th. Juho Valtonen after that clash between him and Mads Ries. Ended up 9th, whilst Ries ended up retiring along with Scott Westhoven's. So Ries retired after the clash on lap 6. Rounding out the top 10, Wout Kirstens from the Netherlands in the 366. But taking first blood is Max Demmenink, and it is a 1-2 for JJ Racing. Storbrouwer from Stampex Motorsport rounds out the top 3 ahead of Luca Thiel. Great showing by Jordi van der Eyck from the Netherlands from RB Motorsport. So Richard Blom will be very happy about that one. Christian de Klein in 6th ahead of Victor Plateau. Bart de Wit from the Netherlands ahead of Juho Valtonen, Wout Kirstens. Vincent van Kerkhoven takes 11th. Good showing by Bennett Ahrens in the 372 from Germany with RS Competition. Takes P12 ahead of Tern Schmidt. Flint Schuring, Colin van Lammeren with good showing by Stefan Lemonor from France. Tim van der Scheepop, Alexander Kramwinkel, Mario Sidler, Beer Durrestein, Patrick Lokmelis, and Kilian Tarnier rounding out the 22 that finished with Mads Ries retiring on lap 6, and Scott Westhovens on lap number 2.
Clearly involved in this incident. Right now, a short break before all the drivers are being taken care of and taken back to the paddock and the repair area as well, where they have to take a look at what happened and try to refocus for the next race. In the meantime, we're going to welcome just very shortly, in just a few minutes, in less than 10 minutes actually, the second qualifying heat of the day, still in the senior max class between the group C and D.
Right. We are just about to get things underway for the second heat, and obviously the clerk of the course has told the senior Rotax drivers in heat 2 out of 6. This will be groups C versus D. We had 8 front fairing penalties, and with that comes an automatic 5-second penalty as a result to each driver. So the likes of Jordi van der Eyck, the 350 of Victor Plateau, the 380 of Colin van Lammeren, 367 Tern Schmidt, 326 Bart de Wit, 366 Wout Kirstens, 352 of Alexander Kamwinkel, and the 324 of Beard Dorrestein. So the results will be very much amended. So it's time for the first heat for this lot, which is groups C and D. And here is your starting grid for the 7-minute +1 additional lap race here at the home of champions. Luca Leistra from Belgium in the 307 will be on pole position. And alongside him will be Milan Ritter from Denmark. Nick Coppens from Belgium and Luna Blum from the Netherlands round out row 2, with Milan Coppens and Vincent Boutellier from France rounding out the top 3 rows. Danny Prince and Patrick Rundqvist from the Netherlands and Sweden respectively, that's row 4. Fabian Bock from Germany and Jordi Westerlaken, Van der Westerlaken I believe is, no, it's Jordi Westerlaken, I'm getting myself confused with other drivers that have that surname. They round out the top 10. Dylan LaHaye, 2019 BNL Karting Series Senior Rotax Champion, starts 11th, with Gilles Clouet, his countryman, alongside in the 315. Then it's Yasharam Jankan from the Netherlands and Ehad Tucker from Turkey, rounding out row 7. Lars Zanen and Hugo Bach rounding out row 8. Marcelo Wegner-Parod and Jens van der Eyden round out row 9. Daniel Hunt from Latvia, Sam Van Til from the Netherlands. Then we have Jens Pranger in the 304, Sam Bergstein in the 319, and Julien Hache in the 395 from France. So 7 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap. Let's see if this one is a little bit cleaner with 8 front fairing penalties in race 1. I think our clerk of the course will have been telling them just keep it clean through turn 2. They can use the runoff area for the first lap, but after that it will be a time penalty if that is caught up, if that's seen by one of our race stewards and race control. So Leistra, Ritter, Coppens, Blum, Coppens, Boutellier, Prince, Rundqvist, Bock and Westerlaken. That is your top 10, as Milan Ritter nearly ends up on the grass on the outside going into turn 12 there. I think probably weaving too far from side to side. Now we head into the tram lines once again. Are we ready? Are we steady? Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to go racing. Is that a full start? No, that looks to be a full start there. I would imagine that might be the case. Or have they got through? That is confirmed as a full start. So full course yellow. I could see a couple of the drivers outside of the top 10 that were sort of doing the motion of circling one finger around, which means that is, yeah, we understand it is a full start. So the drivers now having effectively a second chance, a second bite of the cherry. This is where the drivers now will have that chance. Now they can just refocus and get themselves going. So Luca Leistra will lead the field around along with Milan Ritter. So it will be down to these drivers just to get things going. So Leistra, Ritter are your front row drivers. Around turn 12 they come through into the tram line. Second time. Are we ready? Are we steady? Well, looks like this time we are going racing. This is field literally, the field spreads itself around the start-finish line, going through into turns 1 and 2 for the first time. Everyone making it through so far. Everyone go. Well, there's a bit of two-way battling. I noticed a couple of battles, 2x2 hurrah, going through turns 4 and into 5. As there's people banzaiing up the inside through turn 6 onto the Europalan. Someone's going a little bit too slowly. Took a bit too much curb on the outside and might have been compromised on an overtake opportunity. However, at this particular moment in time, Luca Leistra is leading the way. Nick Cuppens is in second. He's got past, Milan Ritter, I think, is down in 5th position by my count there, which looks to be the case. So Luca Leistra leading the way. I think Milan Coppens is just behind in 3rd position as another position lost again for Milan Ritter. That could be Luna Blom that's just got past, and that is the case as she's now up into 4th position. Oh, Milan Coppens right up close to the back bumper of Nick Cuppens going through turn 2 and then into the exit of 3. So Leistra's got a half-second advantage at this particular moment in time and is trying to pull away from the rest of the field. Coppens, Bouteille now up into 4th position as Luna Blom will try and start to close in, and Bouteille actually got past Coppens, and that was before turn 6 or turn 7 even. So things are consistently changing all the way through, and it looks like I think Danny Prince might be a little bit further up the order now. Changes down the up and down the order. Jens van der Heijden from Combicar now I think might be heading his way towards the top 20. So at this particular moment it's Danny Prince that is up into P6 as there's more. Oh, now someone's had a massive moment coming out of turn 2 that was round towards the bottom part of the top 10. And didn't really make out who that was. There are more changes for position as there are battles up and down the order. I think one of the drivers that's getting well and truly stuck in, I think it could be the likes of, Rundqvist is up there. LaHaye is past Vesterlaken for P9. And just in front of our screens at the moment, that is Luna Blom in the 309. So it looks like Danny Prince might have gotten past into position. So Leistra still leading after what will be the completion of 3 laps in this race. Leistra now has nearly 7 tenths over Coppens. Bouteille rounding up the top 3. Blom up to 4th. Prince 5th. Coppens, Rundqvist, Milan Ritter is dropping down the order hand over fist as he's been passed by Patrick Rundqvist and also Dylan LaHaye. Luna Blom getting rather racy behind. The number, I think that's the number 303 again, as we are now with this battle for 6th position. That is Patrick Rundqvist, I believe, just behind one of the other drivers. So you've got the likes of LaHaye, Vesterlaken, Rundqvist as well, and a lot of drivers. So the Cosmic Chassis is Patrick Rundqvist. That is Dylan LaHaye right up his back bumper. Oh my goodness me, that was very close for Dylan LaHaye going through. Is up the inside. That's a 7.5 from Rundqvist through turn 12 as there's more changes for position. This is where Senior Rotax really starts getting spicy. You get into the last half of the race and everyone's battling for position, and that was a send on Danny Prince from Dams Racing. So great timing there from Patrick Rundqvist. Knew that there was a gap that was going to present itself, and he went up there rather quickly. Did the Danny Rick School of Send, licked the stamp and sent it well and truly. And now here comes Dylan LaHaye. He's going to factor into this as well. But Rundqvist now closing on Milan Coppens. Luna Blom at the moment is trying to keep pace with Bouteille. So a lot of changes happening. Ehad Turka dropped all the way down towards the back part of the field as now Dylan LaHaye up the inside. Oh, that's a great move on the inside of Danny Prince, and he's right on the back bumper of Milan Coppens going through turn 11, through into turn 12. He's going to go up the inside as well. Dylan LaHaye showing that form that really paid good to his advantage in 2019. Now he's doing the old think tactic to the likes of Milan Coppens and Danny Prince, as if to say, right, We want to get past Rundqvist, but we want to catch the top 4. Top 4 currently covered by 1.224 seconds, rounded out by Luna Blom from the Netherlands with JJ Racing. Some great craftsmanship. And there goes Luna Blom up the inside of Boutier, going through into turn 7. She absolutely timed that to perfection. There's battling a little bit further back towards the back part of the order. I think I might have seen the likes of Lara Zanen and Fabian Bock going toe-to-toe, mano-y-mano, so to speak. But now Luna Blom's got herself into P3. Nick Cuppens just up ahead of the Dutch driver. So between 2nd to 7th, you've got Cuppens, Blum, Boutier, Rundqvist, LaHaye and Coppens. This is going to get feisty rather quickly. But the way things are panning out, now that Patrick Rundqvist has got a bit of air in which to breathe, and also to pick up the pace a little bit, because when you're battling in traffic here, as Boutier up the inside of Luna Blom through turn 6 onto the Europlan. Now that was a hefty, robust block by the French driver going through down the Europlan into turn 7. And I know for a fact that what Luna Blom will want to do is get past Boutier rather quickly and rather cleanly. Dylan LaHaye nearly has a moment going through into turn 9. That could have allowed Milan Coppens to go through, and maybe even Danny Prince. So LaHaye's got work to do. He's got a mountain to climb and not a whole lot of time to do so. Luca Lystra still leading. Right, there's been a 5-second time penalty for pushing given to the 304 of Jens Pranger, as here comes Luna Blom up the inside of Boutier, and here's Rundqvist trying to go up the inside of the French driver too. 2 places dropped in 1 corner, and that just so happened to be turn 2 for Boutier. So I think Boutier is getting a little bit haphazard with trying to position the car, but great anticipation by both Luna Blom and Patrick Rundqvist. So at the moment, Lystra has a 1.347 second lead ahead of Nick Cuppens. Then it's Luna Blom. Then it's Patrick Rundqvist. That means that we have a Belgian 1-2, and then we have a Dutch driver and a Swedish driver in the top 3. But Rundqvist is not satisfied with 4th. Blom is now having to go defensive, but Rundqvist powers past, and so does Boutier going through into turn 12. Rundqvist made the move before they even hit the apex of turn 12 there. Incredible pace for the Swede. Patrick Rundqvist has had his fair share of trials and tribulations in continental Europe, but this is where you can see that some drivers using their experience, their racecraft, their savoir-faire to get things done. Now we're on the final lap of this race, and it is pretty much in the bag, I think, for Luca Lystra. He's coming through turn 7 for the final time. Nick Cuppens, Patrick Rundqvist, Dylan LaHaye is now up into 5th position, it looks like. So Luna Blom has had a drama, I believe. Not too sure on what point of the circuit, but she's coming under fire from the likes of Danny Prince, Milan Ritter. However, Boutier could be under fire from Dylan LaHaye if he gets an opportunity. Can he send it through turn 12? He's going to try for the switchback, but out of the final corner comes Luca Lystra. Takes the second heat victory. Takes his first victory of the weekend for Group C and D. Nick Cuppens takes 2nd ahead of Patrick Rundqvist. A spirited drive from the Swede that particular time. Vincent Boutier takes 4th ahead of Dylan LaHaye. Milan Coppens, Danny Prince. Luna Blom finished 8th ahead of Yasharam Jankan. Milan Ritter started alongside Lystra, rounds out the top 10. Fabian Bock in 11th, with Sem Van Thiel in 12th. Lara Zanen and Erhard Turker in 13th and 14th, with Marcelo Vigna-Pahord from France in the 378, rounding out the top 15. Jori Westerlaken in 16th, ahead of Sam Bergstein. Daniel Hunt from Latvia in 18th. Gilles Clouet in 19th. Hugo Bach from France rounds out the top 20 with Jens van der Heyden, Julian Hasch and Jens Pranger rounding out the 23 strong, with Pranger having a 5-second time penalty for pushing initially during the race. So that's it for senior road tax for the moment, and very soon our first junior road tax heat of the day will take place at 12:55, which is just in around about 7 minutes time. Well, we're about to get underway with our first of 3 junior road tax heats here at the BNL Karting Series Kick-off at the home of Champions Karting Genk in Belgium. Alex Goldschmidt on the live stream commentary. At the circuit, it is Mr. Guillaume Alvarez. So it is effectively a divide and conquer strategy we have here this weekend. So the first of 3 heats, junior road tax about to get underway. 6 penalties for front fairings. That's a total of 30 seconds worth of time penalties handed out to the following drivers, the likes of Vincent Bouteye, the 351 of Yashram Jankan, the 385 of Fabian Bock, the 322 of Hugo Bach, the 378 of Marcelo Vigna-Parod, and the 315 of Gilles Clouet. So the order will change again. So that is a total of 70 seconds. So the first of 3 junior road tax heats about to get underway. A full grid of 27 drivers after qualification earlier on. And here is your starting order. So Thomas Stolsamanis will line up on pole position from Latvia in the 213. He was quickest in the second group of lottery-driven qualifying groups for qualifying for junior road tax. Kai Gielets in the 274 will be alongside him. Then it's an all-Dutch Road 2 with Matthijs Turlo in the 242 and Bruno Malders in the 271. Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark and Edgar Zvidkans from Latvia round out the top 3 rows, with Jori Schoens and Casper Schommens representing the Netherlands, the pair of them, on row number 4. Thomas Strouven from Belgium and Luc Niesen from the Netherlands round out the top 5 rows, completing the top 10. Max Knappen and Joik Bredveld rounds out row 6. Nick Gerhards and Magnus Pedersen, row 7. Fahin Mega on his JJ Racing debut, having switched from Karchme.de after 2020. We'll have Vic Stevens alongside him for company. Stevens with Dams Racing. And it's Theo Blin, Montego Maassen, Tommy van der Stroys, Enzo Bol. Then we have Julian Kloosman, Javi Bach-Martiuk, Thijs Dams, Olivier Jonkers, Lawrence Herbos, Ralph van der Pijvert and Marius Rosa rounding out the 27 strong junior road tax drivers. 7 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. We'll see who will have the initial advantage, because based on the results on aggregate of all 3 heats today will decide the starting grid for the pre-final tomorrow. So drivers now getting themselves ready. The remainder of the field gets through turn 10. So it is Stolsamanis, Rieders, Turlo, Mulders, Pedersen, Vilkan, Schoens, Schommens, Strouven and Niesen. Out of turn 12 they come. Into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Junior road tax is off and away and racing, and it's a great start. Oh, there's been a little bit of a clash towards the bottom part of the top 10. One of them was a Dams Racing driver, and the other one might have been from RS Competition. Probably Magnus Pedersen might have been involved, maybe Vic Stevens, as there's been more dramas for few cars straggling. 2-2-1, that is Dames, that is at the back end of the field, as now Rielitz has got the jump on Stolsamanis. Mulder is ahead of Turlo going into turn 4 or turn 7, or was that Pedersen? That might be Turlo, I believe. Not too sure, but there is... Well, that is a bit of a charge forward. One of the SP Motorsport carts. That is Casper Schommens, absolutely getting his elbows out well and truly. But out of turn 12, after the completion of lap number 1, it is going to be Kai Gielets that leads the way, but by a hair's breadth ahead of Stolsamanis. The Stolsamanis steamrolls up the inside through turn 2 as Turlo goes up the inside of Bruno Mulders for P3. 2 dynamite moves within seconds of each other, literally materialising out of thin air. But Stolsamanis had a real good run. He was right in the slipstream of Rielitz on that particular occasion. Stolzmanus was 71,000, but look a little bit further behind. That is Nick Gerhard's battling away. Thomas Stuyven, I think, might be in a bit of the crossfire on that particular occasion as they went 2 by 2 into turn 7. But now Mathis Turlo and Bruno Mulders are definitely getting a wriggle on. They're moving forward right now, and that is allowing them to close on Stolzmanus and Rielers. Rielers, who was first in his final free practice session yesterday, when I spoke to his mum Christy last night, he was up in bed very, very early, getting himself ready for today. Well, he's definitely got a full tank in terms of energy levels and adrenaline, as Mulder's trying to go one way, then the other on Mathis Turlo. Rielers now has the opportunity. Is he going to put it through towards turn 7? Not on this particular occasion. Through the right-hander at turn 8. Mulder's closing on Turlo. So the battles for first, for third. Now look back to 5th. Mikkel Pedersen and Edgars Vilkans are now being closed down in on by Kasper Schormans from SP Motorsport. This has really started to exacerbate in terms of the intensity of how these drivers are pushing forward. Javi Bach-Mahdiuk has now retired as Rielers returns the favour 2 laps later through turn 2 on Stolzmanus. But Mulder's unable to get past Turlo, but he's right on the back bumper with the 242 from Strawberry Racing, and up the inside goes the Dutch driver. Nice move there by Bruno Mulders. Instantly puts the stoppers on, nice and truly, and wasn't very robust, but made sure his intentions were clear. And I think Mathis Turlo got the call sign there rather quickly. But now this means that Stolzmanus will come under fire from Mulders and from Turlo. Meanwhile, behind them, looks like Mikkel Pedersen still battling away with Edgard. Well, it was Edgars Vilkans. Kasper Schormans, the 11-year-old from Stampex Motorsport, looking to get up into the top 5 very quickly. Well, he's actually behind Vilkans at the minute. But Schormans has got very, very wise, a very wise head on very young shoulders, especially in this category. So, drivers that have competed in this championship, the likes of Clayton Ravenscroft, Mike Van Vu. Also amongst that list, Lewis Gilbert, the dual ride diamond. That's close, and then some for Kasper Schormans. Because then the 250 of Mikkel Pedersen has just been passed by Edgars Vilkans, so Vilkans now up into P5. Schormans trying to do his level best to keep in touching distance. So he got a good run going through turn 10, and he nearly lost the back end out to the left-hand side to Kasper Schormans, but he kept that one well and truly held there. Good job, young man. Well played. A little bit further back, Jori Schoens is coming under fire from Joip Breedveld, Max Knappen amongst us. Stolzmanus back up the inside of Rielers for the lead, and that is on lap number 6, but that has allowed Bruno Mulders to well and truly come into play here. Mulders now senses an opportunity. Mathis Turlo keeping it very, very close in terms of proximity. Mulders going up the inside of Rielers through turn 7, makes the move. Did Turlo get through? That's the biggest question I need to ask right now. And on that particular occasion, no, it didn't happen. But there were further moves happening down towards the back part of the order. Tommy van der Stroys now behind Magnus Pedersen, as Mathis Turlo now closing in on the back bumper of Kai Rielers. Whilst this has happened, Edgars Vilkans has managed to power away from Mikkel Pedersen, who is now behind Kasper Schormans. Schormans up into P6. Good job by the youngster from the Netherlands. Mathis Turlo swarming all over the back bumper and goes into the inside of Rielers going into turn 2. But Rielers has the inside line for turn 3. Through 4 and 5 they come. And Rielers is now having to fight. I thought that it was going to be... it wasn't an easy year. Okay, he got the Euro Trophy Championship. Missed out on the BNL Karting Series title because that went to Tim Gerhards, who's now moved into different sectors within the competitive world of karting. But we have 40 seconds still to go. Next time around, it will be the penultimate lap. It will be lap number 8 out of 9. So very much the case that Stolsamanis and Rielitz having a great battle for the first 5 laps, both deciding to send it up the inside of turn 2 on each other to go for the lead. However, oh, that's a great move there by Rielitz to retake second position back from Bruno Mulder's Matthias Turlo, just biding his time. He's got the ringside seat. Thomas Stuyven battling away with the likes of Jori Schoens and Max Knappen. And that's at the bottom part, well, just behind the top 10, which is being rounded out by Nick Gerhards at the moment. So Stuyven has been making positional gains. He's now moved up from minis to juniors this season. Last time I saw him and his dad Olivier was at the International Trophy at Portimao, which will return, if all things are well and good, back to Le Mans in the latter part of July and early part of August. But we go on to the final lap momentarily. Great job by Stolsamanis to keep everyone at bay, including Kai Rielitz. Bruno Mulder really hasn't had an opportunity to battle for the lead, but he's battling for second position. Last lap board is out. Tomas Stolsamanis from Latvia goes on to the 9th and final lap as Mulder's up the inside once again on Kai Rielitz. But Rielitz, now track limits might be a factor there. Not 100% sure, but Rielitz gave Mulders enough racing room for him to try and go up the inside through into turn number 2. As now Rielitz senses danger from behind. It's danger, Kai Rielitz, and the person chasing you down, well, it's not just him. Look at Edgars Vilkans. He's absolutely demolished that gap. As now Matthias Turlo, tries to do the banzai around the outside of Bruno Mulders as he goes defensive all through into turn 10. Oh, that was rather close indeed. And in my honest opinion, Mulders did have a right to defend as Matthias Turlo looking up the inside through turn 12. They both run wide. Vilkans is going to steal third at the final corner. Oh my goodness me, 2 Latvians in the top 3. Wow, that was one epic finale on that race. So Tomas Stolsamanis takes first place in the first of 3 junior road tax heats. Kai Rielitz started alongside him, so the 1-2 remains as it was. Edgar Vilkans took he took third place off of Matthias Turlo and 4th off of Bruno Mulders like candy off a baby. Brilliant job there to take third place. Turlo in 4th, Mulders in 5th. Mikkel Pedersen would beat Kasper Schauman's 2-6 position, but a great drive from the 244 from SP Motorsport in his first ever weekend as a junior competitively. Joip Briedveld takes 8th ahead of Nick Gerhards in 9th, Max Knappen in 10th. We had a Farin Mega from Germany in 11th, Thomas Stuyven in 12th, Magnus Pedersen in 13th, Tommy van der Stroos in the 254 in 14th, Jori Schoens in 15th, Vic Stevens 16th ahead of Marius Rosa, Theo Blin, Olivier Jonkers, Montego Masson, Julian Klossmann, Luke Neeson, Lawrence Herbos, Thijs Dams, and Enzo Bol being the last of the 25 drivers that completed that race. And then Javi Bachmachtiuk did not make it past the first lap, and Ralf van der Pevert in the 268s would end up retiring on lap number 6. So just about to have the green flag wave for the next heat, which will be DD2. And a further 7 front-bearing penalties have now been issued. That takes the total count to around about 21 this weekend. You can definitely see that they're getting the ring rust out today ahead of the season. So DD2 now out onto the circuit for the first time this weekend in terms of a true competitive nature. And we have 16 drivers now out on the circuit. Glenn van Parijs took pole position in qualifying, and he actually stated on his social media page that he's broken the previous record by nearly half a second. That is an impressive feat in itself. So he starts on pole position, the 401 from Bouvin Power. And he is the defending DD2 champion for 2021 now. Considering he's been running in a lot of competitions. He's also been running in Porsche Cup cars as well over the last couple of seasons or so. Zandvoort Schublak will be starting behind his countryman, but in different colours this year, as he's in the colours of SP Motorsport. Ville Villelainen from Finland will be alongside Glenn van Parijs on the front row. Yannick Goossens in the 490 from Sherpa's Racing will be on row 2 alongside Schublak, so it's an all-Belgian row 2. Mick Knowlton from GKS Lemons Power representing the Netherlands on row number 3. On the inside of that row on position 5, Anthony Millet running on the EOS chassis representing France in the 444 will be alongside Paulo Besancenez and Jordi Klimwort from France and Belgium respectively. They line up on row number 4 with Belgium's Sebastian de Grand in the 447 and Ricards Subekis from Latvia in the 471, rounding out the top 10. Completing the 16-strong grid, it is Denmark's Matthias Lund, the Netherlands' Imke Arts, and then from on 13th and 14th, both representing France, Aymeric Guérin, Enzo Boulogne, and then Hannes Border from Germany, and Mikkel Tigersen from Denmark, rounding out the 16-strong. So this is where things will get rather interesting once again, as we have 7 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap. So it will be Van Parijs and Villelainen that will lead the field towards the start-finish line and get things underway. Well, the question is, where is Villelainen? Now, I think he hasn't... Well, he's showing that it's on the timing screen. But it looks like there is a gap where Villelainen was meant to be. Are we ready? Are we steady? Ladies and gentlemen, lights out. We are off and racing. Oh, and Schublak brings back surges of old, trying to go up the inside of former teammate Glenn van Parijs as they head through turns 1 and 2 for the first time. Varsky, it's a 3-way scrap, a little bit further down the order. As off the circuit. Oh, that was a big moment. And that is for one of the RM Concept drivers, Villelainen, actually, and that driver now had a massive moment coming out of turn 4, through into turn 5, the back end span around. And then all of a sudden, now I've got a feeling that's probably going to be the likes of either Aymeric Guérin or Enzo Boulogne that has just had a massive drama. But Villelainen showing down towards the back end of the field. Now, the thing is the Finn out on track? We'll probably find out momentarily when they all come across the line, but it is Glenn van Parijs that leads. Zandvoort Schublak in second. Yannick Goossens in third place. Mick Knowlton up to 4th. And it was Enzo Boulogne, the 469, whose kart was beached on the inside of turn 5. So a real shame for the Frenchman. So it looks like we are down to 14 drivers. And it's getting rather spicy in the mid-pack with the likes of de Grand, Besancenez, Arts, Lund, Tigersen as well, not too far behind, as Imke Arts is getting pressure from behind her. As she's trying to attack Paulo Besancenez. Sebastian de Grand just up ahead. Ricard Subekis is behind the Belgian. So the drivers now really doing their level best to move forward. 5 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap. The war starts waging on between the pair of Belgians. We'll make that a trio of Belgians at the front of the field. Van Parijs has a lead, a slender lead over Schublak. Gustons in third, a little bit further behind. Mick Knowlton and Jordi Klebold rounding out the top 5 positions. So the drivers really trying to do their level best. De Grand trying to close on Anthony Millet. There's a moment there. That is for the 4:32 of Tigerson and somebody else involved. Oh, someone's parking it. Now, that could be Sebekis. I think that's Sebekis down the middle of the Europolan. No, that's the force. Yeah, that is Sebekis. So the Latvian, I think he's got technical dramas and will have to park it. So Boulogne and Villiainen confirmed, pretty much are confirmed as retirements. I think you could add Sebekis to that list, as both Boulogne and Villiainen both now have officially retired. Villiainen didn't even make it to the start, which gave an open gap for Jan Negusens. So 4 minutes plus an additional lap still to go in this race. That's a nice little move there. That is from Sebastian de Grand. And he's just got past one of the other drivers up front. That would be Jordi Klebold, who is running with... now, that is a GK... That's an Esprit chassis. Or Tony Cott. Well, he's in GKS colours. But, you know, the biggest thing here is that things are tightening up. Anthony Millet coming under fire from the likes of Mick Knowlton. Sebastian de Grand not too far behind. So these drivers pushing. We've got under the half of the race, plus an additional lap still to go. And Van Parijs has got the jump on Schublak. Schublak now nearly 4/10 of a second adrift. Yanni Gustens keeps the top 3 within a second of itself as of the previous lap time. Anthony Millet now battling away with Mick Knowlton. So Millet, one of the EOS drivers, looks to be the RM Concept livery. The team run by Morgan Riche. De Grand still in 6th position. Jordi Klebold in 7th. Paolo Besancenes from France in the 4:05, not too far behind Matthias Lund and Imke Arts round out the top 10. However, Mick Knowlton looking to get past Millet at a moment's notice. Down the short drag from turns 9 to 10 go the pair, as de Grand has lost a little bit of time. But at the front of the field, Ben Van Parijs and Zanab Schublak. And yeah, so Tigerson and Sebekis have been confirmed as retired. We're now down to 12 drivers, the last of which is the 4:04 from France of Anthony Millet. As now, that's a great move there. That was Amérique Guérin, my apologies there, as it's been a switchback fest between Knowlton and Millet, but Knowlton's got in front of the French driver, but Sebastian de Grand is closing. And we're going to see some great racing here as that's a great move there. A great move there from Besancenes on Jordi Klebold, who gets a bit from behind for his troubles. Up the inside goes. That is Matthias Lund. So Jordi Klebold now drops 2 positions in as many corners. Now Matthias Lund looking to go up the inside of Besancenes. Has a bit of a wobble there going through at turn 12, and that nearly allowed Jordi Klebold to get back past. So Besancenes trying to keep in front of Matthias Lund. Jordi Klebold looking to go up the inside through turn 2. No dice yet for the trio in terms of swapping positions. But Mick Knowlton still ahead of Anthony Millet. Sebastian de Grand now closing in for the battle for what is 4th position on the road. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining on the clock, plus an additional lap. But at the front of the field, Zanab Schublak, adorned in new colourage for 2021, has closed the gap on former teammate, and now, you know, they're good friends off the track, but they are fierce rivals on it. The battle for the lead well and truly on. Out of turn 11 comes Glenn Van Parijs and Zanab Schublak. They have dropped, well, effectively, if you were to say that Tom Coronel was Zanab Schublak right now, Yanni Gustens would be eating his dust as they go on to the penultimate lap of this race. Lap 8. Zanab Schublak looking at an opportunity to strike past Glenn Van Parijs. This particular occasion, Van Parijs still stays ahead and still stays resolutely in front of his countrymen. There is Yanni Gustens. Up the inside goes Anthony Millet on Mick Knowlton. And that was a great dice between the pair of them. And now, Sebastian de Grand now has an opportunity to keep... to maybe even get into the top 5 on his first race of this season here in the BNL Karting Series. So this time around, it's going to be the last lap, but the gap between Schublak in second. Van Parijs leading the way. Van Parijs now the lap record holder in qualifying trim. Gap now just over 0.178 of a second between the two. On to the final lap, the 9th and final lap of this race. Oh, very, very dicey there between Messrs. Knowlton, Millet and De Grand. And Bessin-Senes has closed in. He's got the homing beacon well and truly on the back bumper of Sebastian De Grand. De Grand makes a mistake, trying to go up the inside of Knowlton through turn 6 as Bessin-Senes, fires it up the inside, runs wide going through turn 7 off of the Europolan, and that has caused major dramas for those behind, and that has meant that Imke Arts, I believe, has got past Matthias Lund on the final lap of the race. Bessin-Senes now coming under pressure, but now Van Parijs goes ultra defensive through turn 12. Does he run wide coming out of the final corner? I don't think he has. Oh, it's going to be a run to the line. Oh, Schublak by 0.135 comes across the line, but there was debris. Now, I think that was off of the back bumper of Glenn Van Parijs. Now, was there a bit of aggressive contact there between the two? And, Van Parijs has just come to a screeching halt, and that is on the exit of turn 3. Now, that was on the back bumper or on the exhaust? Now, the thing is, Van Parijs will not make it through. He'll make it on the back of the low load, on the recovery vehicle, on the trailer. But he's now discussing with Thomas Leiner, I believe, there, with what has happened between him and... Now, I'm looking. That looks to be exhaust. That looks to possibly be exhaust, because that debris flung up off the back bumper of Van Parijs, and that would have been on the exit of turn 12. So Zonov Schublak provisionally takes the win ahead of Glenn Van Parijs. Yannick Gussens rounds out the top 3 for Belgium. Anthony Millet in P4, Mick Knowlton in 5th, Sebastian De Grand, Paulo Bessin-Senes, Jordi Klebold, Matthias Lund and Imke Arts rounds out the top 10. Aymeric Guérin and Hannes Border from France and Germany respectively round out the top 12 positions. So one of the things, if our broadcast director can do it at some point, if there is, and there is, that is the other cart, that's Enzo Boulogne in the 469, that will have this. So that's it for DD2 with drama on the very first lap, last lap of the race. Okay, so if we can zoom in, I think, on the back of Glenn Van Parijs' cart. So on the back of the 401. And now what I want to do is a bit of a comparison here. I think that's part of the exhaust that's broken off on the back of Glenn Van Parijs' cart. So we'll leave it there for DD2, as they'll now bring the carts back to the scrutineering. And next up, before we have a little bit of a longer break, will be DD2 Masters in just around 6 minutes' time. So DD2 Masters make their way out onto the 1,360 metre circuit. Here is your starting order for their first of 3 heats. Pleased to announce that no front-fairing penalties in DD2 in that previously action-packed and highly charged race. Carl Klibort, the backer, in other words, the 510 from Boovin Power will start on pole position. He'll have GKS Lemons Power's very own Tom Dessert in the 530 alongside for close company on row 1. Christoph Adams needs to make up he needs to decide which national licence he's going to be racing with in future, because it's confusing. It's either France, Netherlands, or Belgium. So just for good measure, he's decided to stick with the Dutch flag this evening, this weekend. Bruno dos Santos in 4th position is alongside him. The French driver, Estonia's very own Pritsai, who actually competed in the final round of the Euro Trophy last season at Adria, will be on position 5, and we'll have France's Frank Lavergne from KMD Le Mans alongside. Then it's Christophe Capitain in the 599, and good old Goose bringing up the rear of the field. Frederick Baker from Belgium in the 553, and he has now decided to switch to Boovin Power for this season. So we'll be down to Carl Klibort and Tom Dessert to lead the field through to start their 7-minute plus 1 additional lap heat. And this will conclude the first barrage of action. The next race will take place a little bit later on this afternoon in terms of the timetable. And that will be at 14:15 local time. So 1:15 p.m. UK time as such. So your drivers will, these drivers now will have the opportunity to move forward and give their level best. Some lovely trophies. I've been, well, a big thank you to my good buddy Dave Ritson, the BNL Karting Series organiser. He has sent over a picture of the trophies that the drivers are competing for this weekend, and you can see them all on our relevant social media at BMC_BNL on Instagram, at KartingBNL on Twitter, or type in BNL Karting Series in the search engine on Facebook. Right, final race of the first third of action here at the BNL Karting Series Kick-off. They split and go into the tram lines. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? Are we steady? Well, the DD2 Masters drivers are, and it looks to be lights out. Our lights are out, and they are off and racing. And Christoph Adams is a bit like a rat up a drain pipe at the moment, because he just went past up the inside of Tom Dessert after the start phase. Dos Santos and Pritsai not too far behind the number 530 as they go through into the Europalan for the first time. And Christoph Adams will be looking to make good his intentions, hopefully to have another Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals appearance. He is a 2-time champion in both DD2 Masters and also Max Masters. Max Masters is still used in some of the Rotax Max Challenge competitions arranged across the globe. I think last year he ended up in Argentina, trying to get his position, a possible position on Team Belgium for what would have been a consistent run, I think, of 19 Grand Finals. I think it was 15 or 16. I'm sure that someone will be able to correct me if I'm wrong, of how many times that Christoph Adams has managed to appear at the Grand Finals. So your guess is as good as mine. I should know that fact, but you know, it's been a long time since I've been in a commentary box or been commentating on either the BNL Karting Series, Rotax Germany, or Rotax Euro. But it's good that we have got racing back at the circuit. This is a closed-door event through some of the many regulations that we have had to adhere to at the track itself. And a big thank you to the municipality of Limburg, and also the Mayor of Genk and the Ministry of Sport in Brussels or Belgium to allow this event to go ahead as planned. In the meantime, Carl Klibort has been keeping away from Christoph Adams. These two, that was a send and a half from Pritsai up the inside of Frank Lavergne from KMD. So Lavergne, I think, knew something was going to happen, but I don't think it was going to happen that suddenly. So Kevin Korjus, who's one of the prime Estonians that has ended up in top-tier motorsport, just goes to show that the Estonian spirit... Oh, problems for Christoph Adams. Oh, that was not what Mr. Casanova wanted right there, and he was in second position. Christoph Adams looking to the left-hand side. I think that's a technical faux pas. The visor's up. That is the sign of despondency, and he's just signalled to the stands as if to say, oh, what on earth was that? So Christoph Adams will retire, unfortunately, from second on the road. Bruno Dos Santos will now be in second position. Tom Dessert in third, and the top three are covered by about 3.2 seconds, but Pritzai looks to be getting a little bit of a move on, does the Estonian in the 501. He's got Frank Laverne, Christophe Capitan, and also Frederick Baker rounding out the 7 strong. So Christoph Adams pulls it into Parc Fermé. That is it for his first of 3 races here this weekend. A real shame for him, but he still has another 2 races before the pre-final and the final tomorrow. 3 minutes and 20 seconds still remaining on the clock. Carl Clevot has a comfortable lead of 1.8 seconds off of Bruno Dos Santos. Tom Dessert in third. Pritzai, Franck Laverne, Christophe Capitan and Frederick Baker. So those 4 drivers at the bottom end of the 7 strong grid that are still circulating here at Karting Genk. So any one of these drivers could end up with a top 4 finish by within the next 4 minutes or so. So Clebot still leading, and he has got the fastest lap of anybody in this race so far, a 54.680 in this particular occasion. And Frederick Baker trying to close on Christophe Capitan for 6th position. And Capitan with a bit wide coming through into turn 12. And now he's looking to try and fire one up the inside of Franck Laverne, but won't be able to do so going through turn 2 or turn 3. And Capitan having just really wrestling with the car. You can see the way he's leaning to shift that body weight up the inside. He nearly goes on Franck Laverne, but Laverne was very, very wise to that indeed. Through turn 8. And it just goes to show that DD2 Masters might not have the biggest field here this weekend at Karting Genk, but my goodness me, the intensity and the adrenaline is just as fever pitch charged like the other 3 categories here this weekend. Got 90 seconds plus 1 lap still to go on the clock. Clebot now has a lead of 1.5 seconds as Bruno Dos Santos went over a 10.5 quicker on that particular tour. Franck Laverne going defensive on Capitan. Beckett now factoring in to the battle for P5. But time is fast running out for all of these competitors, apart from the likes of Dessert, who's in third. 1.7 seconds behind Dos Santos, who is in second position, with Carl Clebot still leading the way. And Clebot was actually 8/100ths quicker in Sector 1, 1/1000ths quicker in Sector 2 than Dos Santos. So Carl Clebot will next time around go on to the penultimate lap of the race. So we'll go on to lap number 8, which he does so now. And it's getting rather highly charged at the back of the field. Here comes Christophe Capitan up the inside of Franck Laverne. Can't make it stick going through the exit of turn 1 and into turn 2. But Baker possibly might have a sniff of an opportunity, whether it be 6th or 7th by the end of this race. Who knows? It's up to Goose to make it happen. So he now has a chance of getting into the slipstream of Christophe Capitan, but he'll have 1 more lap after this to do so. Timer has now hit 0 on the clock, but nearly chanced it there, did Baker on Capitan. But on this particular occasion, Carl Clibort is literally on that particular moment where it will be the final lap of this race. So Carl Clibort goes across the line, 1.397 seconds ahead. And the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th will not stop. Oh, Capitan going ballsy round the outside. Oh my goodness me, and Laverne trips over the curbing going out of the exit of turn 2. Oh my goodness me. My goodness, Capitan has some intestinal fortitude right there to send it round the outside of Franck Laverne through turn 2 on the final lap of the race. So very shortly, the leaders will be coming through the exit of sector number 2, as that means that we do have that Frederick Baker is now up into 6th position as a result of Capitan's faux pas. But Carl Clibort takes the checkered flag and wins the first DD2 Masters race of the weekend. Bruno dos Santos jubilant after taking P2. And Tom Dessert in P3, Pritzai in 4th place, Franck Laverne, Christophe Capitan, Frederick Baker. It looks like there was a resolute shrug of the shoulders, and so like, what do I need to do from Frederick Baker? He takes 7th, with Christophe Adams having a massive technical drama that saw the 555 losing 2nd place and ultimately not finishing after 3 laps. But Carl Clibort, De Backer, back firing in true form here at the home of champions. Well, that is it for the first 5 races of the day. We've got another 10 to go. The next one will be Senior Rotax Groups A versus D. That takes place at 2:15 local time. That's 14:15 Central European time. So on the live stream, it's Alex Goldschmidt. I'm going to have a little bit of a breather, as will the team at Karting Genk. We'll be back with you very, very soon indeed. Thank you for watching, as always. Welcome back to the live stream coverage of the BNL Karting Series Kick-off, being hosted here at the home of champions Karting Genk in Belgium. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. I'm your live stream commentator. Normally would be at Karting Genk, but obviously these are difficult times. Had some interesting information. A big thank you to Guillaume Alvarez, who is effectively the circuit commentator and also the man on the ground. Christoph Adams apparently not happy with where the tyres are positioned on the exit of turn 7 off the Europlan. That's why he ended up retiring. And he also spoke to Glenn Van Parijs after the clash between him and Zander Priblak on Heat 1 for DD2. 5-second penalty has been issued to Zander Priblak, and which means that he now loses the victory. So Glenn Van Parijs effectively has had the win given to him, but I think it was very much the right decision. I'm a commentator. I'm not I'm not a clerk of the course, but we're about to get things back underway for the second part out of 3 on the opening day of the kickoff. So this is heat number 3 for Senior Rotax this weekend at the BNL Karting Series Kickoff. Groups A versus D. Your starting grid is as follows. So Juho Valtonen will start on pole position. Alongside him will be Milan Ritter. And then it will be Max Stemmerdink and Luna Blum on row 2, both representing the Netherlands. Storbra in the 338 from Stampex Motorsport will have Vincent Bouteille from France alongside on row 3. Kylian Ternier and Sweden's Patrick Rundqvist line up on row 4 with Mario Sidler and Jori Westerleken rounding out the top 10 positions. Beer Dorrestein, Gilles Clouet, Patrick Slokmelis, Ehad Turker, Bart de Wit, Hugo Bach, Victor Plateau, Jens van der Heijden, Jordi van der Eyck, Sem van Til, Kirstens, Sam Bergstein and Tern Schmidt round out the 23-strong grid. 7 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap as they've just had the sighting lap. They're now on the official formation lap. So the track itself will erupt with the Rotax roar once again as we have another 5 races before we go into the business end of day 1 and then tomorrow morning in terms of the timetable. Things really do kick-start at 11 o'clock local time tomorrow morning with the 17 senior Rotax drivers that do not make it part into the top 30 after an intermediate classification will go into the second chance heat to have a shot at qualifying in one of the final 6 positions for the pre-final and the final tomorrow. So drivers now getting into the zone here for race 3 out of 6 for Senior Rotax on day 1 of the BNL Karting Series Kickoff. It's always a fantastic event. I've had the privilege of being able to commentate it at the circuit for the last 2 years, but obviously this year slightly different with Guillaume Alvarez being the circuit commentator for this weekend. So top 10, Valtonen, Ritter, Stemmerdink, Blum, Brouwer, Bouteille, Tarnier, Rundqvist, Sidler and Westerleken. Out of turn 12 come the senior Rotax drivers. Into the tram lines we go. Once again, are we ready? Are we steady? The revs rise. We're off and racing. And it's a great start once again by Juho Valtonen, as it looks like Max Stemmerdink has got his way past up into second position. Milan Ritter looks to be down into 4th place. I think Luna Blum has made her way up into 5th. Dropped down into 5th position in the initial foray. Storm Brower up to 4th position, as it's an absolute snake train coming through turn 6 onto the Europalan for the first time of asking. However, Valtonen trying to get away and make good his intentions, make that great escape if he was Harry Houdini. However, the likes of Stemmerdink, who won the first heat of the weekend after contact between Mads Ries and Juho Valtonen, saw Ries retire and Valtonen drop towards the bottom part of the top 10. That's a complete lap number 1. So it is Valtonen from Finland, Steverdink from the Netherlands, and Stormbrouwer also from the Netherlands, rounding out the top 3 positions. Oh, there's been a massive moment, and I've just seen possibly that's Victor Plateau that's just had nowhere to go. And the driver that just had a bit of a disaster there was Mario Sidler from Switzerland in the 310. So there must have been a moment between him, Lochmelis, and Monteye, and also Victor Plateau, who just had absolutely nowhere to go. However, Max Steverdink is closing on Juho Valtonen. I've kept my eye very keenly on Max Steverdink over the past few seasons, the last 3 or so, since I started commentating at this track. It's going to be... Oh, crikey. That's going to be a shocker. It'll be 4 years as of April 21st, 2021. As Steverdink steamrolls up the inside of Valtonen. I think the Finn knew it was coming and decided, well, I'm going to give him enough room. But then Steverdink made room for himself, but didn't force Valtonen off track and did it rather nicely. However, there's another Stanpex Motorsport car closing in, and that's the 338 of Stormbrouwer. So some good work by Max Steverdink, who started behind Valtonen. So got a very, very good run on the likes of Ritter. Now, Ritter at the moment is currently P4 ahead of Luna Blum, who started in that position. But it's getting a bit spicy behind. Blum closing on Ritter. And that is, I think that's Kylian Tavernier just behind, as there goes Blum up the inside of Ritter. And then there is the 318 of Kylian Tavernier waiting in the wings to try and seize an opportunity. And then Beer Dorrestein, who was one of the multiple drivers that actually got front fairing penalties. The senior Rotax division need to cool themselves down a little bit. We know that they're trying to get the ring rust off. Everyone's been chomping at the bit and excited about coming back to racing. But this is going to be ultra competitive. If they have seen the trophies, they will know what is on the line. Okay, there's no prizes as far as I'm aware. This is just basically a return to racing. And it has not disappointed. We're in race number 6 out of 15. And Juho Valtonen now closing back on the bumper of Max Steverdink for the lead of this race. And the pair were just under a tenth and a half apart as now. Oh, Valtonen looks, but could not squeeze through that gap, not for the want of trying. However, there has been a little bit of a change, as I think that's Kylian Tavernier that has just got past Milan Ritter for 5th position. Beer Dorrestein, Patrick Slokmelis, Bart de Wit, Gilles Clouet has been making some inroads at the moment. So, started in 12th, dropped down the order, now in 11th position. Ehad Turker, in the meantime, is actually in the position that he actually started in. 14th at the moment, but has made a bit of a resurgence. Jens van der Heyden up from 18th position to 15th. As now again we go back to the battle at the front of the field. And what this is going to allow is the fact that, now Valtonen saw the opportunity, went for it early and made it stick. And Steverdink had no real opportunity to counter-attack on that particular occasion. Nevertheless, a good amount of racing room and racing respect being given by both drivers. However, Steverdink looking up the inside, through into turn 7. The 301 goes back up the inside of the fin, and now Stormbrouwer makes it two's company. Well, they do say two's company. Stormbrouwer's just made it three's a crowd. And you don't want too much crowding over first position, because someone's going to exit stage left or stage right at a second's notice. 1 minute and 38 seconds on the clock, plus an additional lap still to go. Up the inside. Oh, that's a great move. Well timed. And now this is really heating up, because Stormbrouwer looking to go up the inside of his SP Motorsport teammate. Oh, that was never going to happen. Oh, but Valtonen really put the anchors on and said to Stormbrouwer, oh, no, you don't, sunshine. You are not coming through. Because if that had happened, Brouwer would have opened the floodgates, and then Stemmerdink would have been like a rat up a drain pipe and have gotten past the pair of them, given the opportunity, as now Storm Brouwer goes to the inside through turn 7. Stemmerdink looks to get the run through into turn 8. This is now going to give Juho Valtonen the opportunity he needs to pull away from the rest of the field. But whilst this is happening, look at what's going on behind. Luna Blum, Kilian Tavernier now closing in. So this is going to be a four-way scrap, I think, for second position. Milan Ritter now has Beer Dorrestein just behind him. And they've got Patrick Slock-Mellis closing on them, along with Bart de Wit. As Stemmerdink steamrolls up the inside of Storm Brouwer to retake second position. So next time around, we will be on the final lap of this race. And Stemmerdink just absolutely banzaied up the inside, but then Brouwer returns the favour. As that was a great move from Kilian Tavernier up the inside of Luna Blum through turn 6. Onto the Europolan, they go for the penultimate time. Ritter being closed in on by Dorrestein, so there are battles up and down the order. Sam Bergstein now closing on Jordi van der Eyck at this particular moment, but this is now the battle for second position. Timer has now hit 0. Valtonen has bolted, but the four behind battling over second position. Stemmerdink looking for a way through, goes to the left through the entrance of turn 12, tries to get the cut back, but Brouwer knew the move was coming. He now goes to the right hand side. Stemmerdink, Tavernier, Blum, that's the rest of the top 5. Valtonen's got nearly a 1.5 second advantage, and it could all kick off with someone pulling the pin on the grenade and throwing it at the general direction of the drivers between second and 5th position. So this is going to be rather dicey as they go down the Europolan for the final time. Luna Blum on the back bumper of Kilian Tavernier. Stemmerdink closing up very quickly to the back bumper of Storm Brouwer. And Milan Ritter, Beer Dorrestein, Patrick Slock-Mellis and Vincent Bouteille, as now it gets rather dicey. Brouwer's got to hang on, Stemmerdink closing, but Valtonen's going to come through turn 12. The Flying Finn will take the victory this time around, but it's going to be an absolute drag race and a half. Look at the swarm here. Oh my goodness, Stemmerdink's going to go for it, but Brouwer hangs on by 34 thousandths of a second back to Tony, a further 66 thousandths, and then Luna Blum a further 88 thousandths of a second. So that basically means less than 2 tenths covered 3rd to 5th position. But Juho Valtonen from Stanpex Motorsport representing Finland got away when the opportunity presented itself. When Brouwer and Stemmerdink started to battle, he knew that if he stayed in front, he could cruise away. So Juho Valtonen takes the victory in Heat 3. That's Groups B and C for Senior Rotax. And he wins by 2.836 seconds ahead of it. Stanpex Motorsport. And that's a 1-2 for them for Storm Brouwer. Max Stemmerdink in 3rd. Kilian Tavernier in 4th ahead of Luna Blum. Milan Ritter. Beer Dorrestein. Patrick Slock-Mellis from Latvia. Vincent Bouteille from France. Bart de Wit from the Netherlands. Ehad Turker finishes in 11th ahead of Gilles Clouet. Sam Bergstein. Jens van der Heijden. Jordi Westerleken. Jordi van der Eyck. Patrick Rundqvist. Victor Plateau. Sem van Thiel. Tern Schmidt. Mario Sidler, who had that massive drama earlier on in the race, finished in 21st ahead of Hugo Bach, and Wout Kirstens from the Netherlands. Okay, this is the fourth heat out of 6 for Senior Rotax, and here is your starting grid for this 7-minute plus 1 additional lap encounter. Groups B versus C, and here is the official grid. Madris will start from pole position. Alongside him will be Luca Leistra, Luca Schoenmakers from the Netherlands, and Nick Cuppens from Belgium in the 396 and the 374 respectively. Line up on row 2. Luca Thiel in the 398 from Germany will have Milan Coppens from Belgium in the 344 alongside. Christian de Klein in the 399 from the Netherlands will have countryman Danny Prins in the 303 alongside for close company on row 4. Vincent van Kerkhoffen in the 383 from Belgium will have Fabian Bock from Germany in the 385 alongside. They complete the top 10. Alexander Krawinkel in the 352 alongside Dylan Lahaye. That's an all Belgian row number 6. Flint Schuring and Yashram Jankan in the 323 and the 351 make it an all-Dutch row 7. Bennett Ahrens and Lars Zanen in the 372 from Germany and the 397 from Belgium respectively. That's row 8. Tim van der Scheepop, Marcelo Wegner-Parod from France, Scott Westhovens, Daniel Hunt, Stefan Lemonot from France, Jens Pranger from the Netherlands, Colin van Lammeren also from the Netherlands, and Julien Hache from France in 24th. Now on their formation lap, about to get the racing underway for possibly what is going to be their penultimate time of asking. So all drivers will compete in 3 heats today. Big thank you to those 200 plus people watching on YouTube, and also the amount of likes that we've had so far, over 45 on the official Camp Company GmbH YouTube channel. So really good to see that the excitement for karting is as high as it ever has been. And also, since I've been commentating on karting since 2017, I'm glad to see it back. So, Ries, Leistra, Schoenmakers, Cuppens, Thiel, Coppens, De Klein, Prins, Van Kerkhoffen, and Bock. That is your top 10. They now come through turn 12. Through into the tram lines we go once again. Are we ready? Are we steady? The revs rise. We are off and not racing this particular time. Full start called by race control. The minute that the hands went up in the air, I literally saw that coming a mile off. As soon as I think it was from sort of like row 3 onwards, I saw hands go up from multiple individuals. And in that sort of respect, I'm just going to have a quick look, because not only am I watching a dedicated live stream of my own through the technical solution we've been able to do. Yeah, around about row 4 I saw it happen. So in some respects, this can be the case that the drivers, you know, the red mist starting to settle in a little bit too early. But you also want to make sure that when you do have to go back into battle once again, the biggest thing is that how do you settle yourself? What's your protocol? What's your procedure for getting yourself ready to go racing? Well, every driver in this nigh on 100 strong grid in all 4 classes this weekend have their own different ways of coping. So once again, second time of asking. Senior Rotax, Heat 4, Groups B versus C, through turn 12 they come one more time. Are we ready? Are we steady? This time, it looks like we've got a really good start there. Madris gets his way and stays in the lead. Lucas Schoenmakers and Luca Thiel trying to force the issue. Looks like one of the JJ Racing drivers has got up into second position. Luca Leistra now down into third as it's 2 by 2, a little bit further down the order towards the back part of the top 15, or just outside of the top 20, as they all make their way through. As there's a bit of a brazen move by Luca Thiel on Nick Cuppens through turn number 7 into turn 8 as, oh my goodness me, it looks like one driver is being absolutely assaulted well and truly, and that's Yashram Jankan at the minute, as one of the RBM Richard Blom Motorsport carts gets overtaken. But at the moment, Madris leads the way in second. It is Schoenmakers. Decline and Klarwinkel, Ramjankan tumbled down the order like a pebble being thrown into the pond. But now, Lukatil, having steamrolled his way past Nick Cuppins going through turn 7 on the previous lap, now has an opportunity. But look at the train. This is the Mads Rees train. He's got Lystra, who's now re-overtaken Sean Mackers to get back that second position. Lukatil, Nick Cuppins, Milan Coppens, Danny Prince, Fabian Bock. Christian de Klein now rounding out 9th position, and right up his back bumper is Dylan LaHaye, the 2019 champion. Up the inside. Nice move by Milan Coppens on Nick Cuppins going through into turn 10. And up the inside, Cuppins trying to return the favour on Coppins. This could open the door for the floodgates. Danny Prince just not too far behind. Oh my goodness me, it's 3-1 going into turn 2. That is crazy. Coppins on the outside. Oh, they tangle. Oh, someone goes over the back bumper of somebody else. I think that could have been Danny Prince that could have been compromised there. But it is all kicking off here in the 4th out of 6 heats. It was 3 wide. Coppins forced the issue. He kept it planted around the outside. I have to give him a big salute for that one, because that was absolutely mighty. Oh my goodness me, it's game on, and we got 2 off. Oh, that's Mads Rees again. Don't tell me that's Lucas Schoenmakers. I think that is. Mads Rees is in as many heats. Oh, he's off. He's out. That is a disaster for the Dane. And we are not done yet. Oh, more dramas. Oh, the 352. That's Alexander Klarwinkel. And then the 304. That's Jens Pranger. Has no chance to avoid him and gets tangled. Oh, my goodness me. If you wanted heart-stopping moments, oh, you've got it right now. You really have, because now Luca Lystra has got to go into battle with Lukatil. Who could have thought that chapter being written right now? As up the inside, Bennett Ahrens up the inside of Dylan LaHaye. The German did an absolutely brilliant job jumping up the inside through turn 6 on the RS competition Tony Kart chassis. Great pickup by the camera crew there. But Bennett Ahrens showing what he is capable of. And I think that's put the frighteners ever so slightly on Dylan LaHaye. But right behind him is his GKS teammate that is Vincent van Kerkhoffen. Danny Prince not too far behind. Milan Coppens has also dropped to 9th position. Lars Zanen from GKS. He's made it 3 GKS karts into the top 10. Mads Rees, Lucas Schoenmakers and Jens Pranger out. As now Dylan LaHaye gets back past Bennett Ahrens going through turn 2, the GKS driver. This is his 8th season with the team. This is actually based at the circuit here. The team owner is Koen Lemmens, who is the circuit director here at Karting Genk. And the Lemmens family, very much an institution here at Karting Genk, the home of champions. But dramas for Mads Rees and also for Lucas Schoenmakers. So 2 DNFs in a row. Mads Rees could find himself in the second chance heat tomorrow, very possibly. And for 2 DNFs, and literally on the same lap, would you believe it? Or nigh on. It was lap 6 on his first heat, now lap 3 on heat 2. Mads Rees has got to come literally fighting like a bare-knuckle warrior. As up the inside, that's on Bennett Ahrens. I think that's Vincent van Kerkhoffen that's just got past. So some good work there. So a lot of drivers really being kiboshed here, and we still have 2 minutes to go on this race. If you were to say to me that someone was going to bring you a Hollywood script and you'd have a kart race as explosive as that, you would throw it back in their face. You're probably damn right I would. However, this is real life. This is no Hollywood fictitious story. This is unfolding, and this is the pitfalls and the dramas, and also the highly strung aspects of the motorsport faculty, if you will. But Luca Lystra keeping things calm and composed at the front of the field. But things are kicking off between Dylan LaHaye and also Christian de Klein. As Dylan LaHaye sends it up the inside like an absolute champ on Christian de Klein. Bearing in mind, this is Christian's first weekend in senior Rotax in a competitive environment. The same for Lucas Schoenmakers. Milan Ritter also having that as well. We still have 21 out of the 24 drivers still competing. Alexander Krawinkel rounding out the 21 strong, 14.6 seconds covers the field from front to rear bumper on this circuit, so no one's going to get lapped here. Incredibly competitive as Bennett Ahrens coming out of fire from Milan Coppens. Then Danny Prince not too far behind. Then Lars Zanen. Lars Zanen's kept himself very much nose clean at the minute. Is up the inside. Does he go for it? Does Prince? Oh, I'm not too sure. Ahrens trying to hold on. And that's from Coppens. And Coppens could get the run as Luca Thiel closing on Luca Leistra. Oh my goodness me. That was a 7.5 from Milan Coppens. As now Lars Zanen gets his way past Danny Prince, who gets compromised coming out of turn 3. Wow, this has really kicked it up to another level, as the timer now will run out as our leaders come through the exit of turn 8. This is the penultimate lap. It has been absolute grenades have been thrown, ICBMs have been launched, and also I think the target scopes are definitely out for a lot of drivers on this circuit, because it has not been easy. And when I've counted over 20 front fairing penalties in all 3 heats completed so far, as the leaders now go on to the final lap, I count that it's around 23 front fairing penalties for senior Rotax. I'm sure there are a few more are coming, and we're going to be over 30 by the time we get to the end of the racing day. But on the final lap, Luca Leistra still leads, but Luca Thiel closing down on him. Fabian Bock in 3rd place. Dylan LaHaye closing on the German for 3rd place as they head down the Europalan for the final time. Christian de Klein in 5th place. Vincent van Kerkhoffen in 6th. Milan Coppens ahead of Bennett Ahrens. Lars Zanen and Danny Prince rounds out the top 10. Krawinkel's got past Hunt for 20th position, but it has been rather straightforward for Luca Leistra, as now the battle for 3rd really kicks off. LaHaye's got past Bock with a couple of corners remaining, but Luca Leistra takes the victory in the 4th heat here today, just by 0.226 seconds. Dylan LaHaye, like candy off a baby, stole 3rd position off of Fabian Bock with just 2 or 3 corners to go. Mega driving from the 2019 champion. De Klein, good solid result for the Dutch driver in 5th place. Vincent van Kerkhoffen rounds out the top 6, but Luca Leistra doing a fantastic job there, holding off Luca Thiel. I think Thiel just wants to score the points and then go for broke in the pre-final and the final tomorrow. So Luca Leistra wins from Luca Thiel. Dylan LaHaye rounds out the top 3. Fabian Bock in 4th. Christian de Klein in 5th. Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Milan Coppens, Bennett Ahrens, Lars Zanen, Danny Prince round out the top 10. Flint Schuring in 11th ahead of Nick Coppens, Yashram Jankan, Scott Westhovens, Tim van der Scheepop, Marcelo Wegner-Pahod, Colin van Lammeren, Stefan Lemonot, Julien Hash, Alexander Krawinkel, and Daniel Hunt being the last of the drivers that managed to finish the full 9 laps, with Lukas Schaumakers and Maz Ries coming to blows through turn 7, with Jens Pranger ending his race on the very same lap. So the junior Rotax field takes to the track once again for their second out of 3 heats. And in this particular occasion, here is your starting grid. On pole position of the 27-strong field will be Thomas Stolzamanis. Kai Rielitz will be alongside him once again. Mathis Turlo in 3rd position. Bruno Molders in 4th, ahead of Mikkel Pedersen. Edgars Wilkans, Joris Schoens, Kasper Schomans, who had a top 7 finish in his first ever heat as a junior. Well done, young man. He starts P8. Strauven in the 299. And then Luke Niesen running at the top 10. Max Knappen and Joy Briedveld round out the top 12 ahead of Nick Gerhards, Magnus Pedersen, Farin Mega, Vic Stevens, Theo Blanc from France, Montego Maassen, Tommy van der Struijs, Enzo Bol, Julian Kloosman, Javi Bachmach-Tiuk, Thies Dams, Olivier Jonkers, Lawrence Herbols, Ralph van der Pevert, and Marius Roos in the 27th and final position on the starting grid. They've just completed the sighting lap and now go on to the formation lap. 2 further front fairing penalties, I might add, for senior Rotax this weekend. I think that brings them to a grand total of 25 approximately by my count so far. And when you consider that it's a 5-second time penalty for every single every single front fairing penalty that we've had so far, and yeah, it's going to be rather interesting what happens here, because DD2 are the only ones that had no front fairing penalties. So we've had a total of 140 seconds. That's 2 minutes 20 seconds worth of front fairing penalties alone issued so far. Now they come through turn 12. Will we get a clean start this time around? Into the tram lines we go. 27 senior Rotax drivers are ready. They are steady. Looks like we've gotten things underway here. And a good start once again from Stolzamanis. This time Turlo stays ahead of Molders as it looks to be rather messy in the mid-pack. Oh, that got very, very close. I think too close for comfort for a lot of drivers on that particular occasion. However, they've all gotten through. Some side-by-side battlings. We haven't had a 3-way scrap going out of turn 6. There's a tangle. Oh, someone's got a turnaround through turn 7. That was Nick Gerhards. I think he had to count his. That was Gerhards. He got a tag, and I think that might have been from Farin Mega. Possibly not 100% sure, but Gerhards went sideways going into and was so close to the barriers off of turn 7. That was definitely a heart in the mouth moment, and I'm sure that Nick Gerhards will be breathing a sigh of relief after that one. 1 lap in the books. Quite a few drivers have dropped down the field, and there has been some major changes. Montego Massa now out of the top 20. Byron Megas up to P13 and is taking Vic Stevens with him. Tommy van der Stroys now up into P11. Kasper Schumann's now past Edgars Vilkans and is trying to close on Bruno Mulders. That's the battle for 5th position at this particular moment in time. But Stolsamanis from Latvia leads the way, is a little bit further down the order. There are some drivers trying to do their level best to get up the order. But the thing is, all 27 drivers will proceed to the pre-final and the final tomorrow. However, how they do in these 3 initial qualifying heats will determine their grid position for the pre-final. Pre-final dictates the grid position is up the inside. Oh, there was a move there. Vilkans on Shawmans through into turn number 12. So Vilkans now up into 6th position as well. That's Bruno Mulders up the inside of Pedersen through turn 2. Bruno Mulders does a great job there. I think he might have just caught the curb on the exit of turn 2. That put the back axle up in the air. However, he managed to keep the throttle planted. And behind them, they've got Vilkans, Shawmans, and now here comes Thomas Strauven in the 299 from Belgium as up the inside. Oh, there could be a change for position here. That is the case. And that is for the 254. Tommy van der Stroys absolutely getting his elbows out. He's battling away with Max Knappen and gets the switchback through turn number 9 on the 248, a little bit further back. Oh, there's some more dueling here. You've got Nick Gerhardt, Farin Mega, Magnus Pedersen, all squabbling over the same bit of tarmac as Gerhardt's up the inside of Mega through turn 12. And look at the train at the front. Oh, Relitz goes for the lead on lap number 4, up the inside through turn 2 on Tomas Stolsamanis from Latvia and gets the position. Great move there by Relitz, but we saw it in the first heat a little bit earlier on today, that Stolsamanis and Relitz were battling away until Kingdom Come, and then all of a sudden we have the likes of Bruno Mulders factoring in. Well, we have got Mulders factoring in. We've got Turlo. We've got Mikkel Pedersen in there as well. Edgars Vilkans, who made it a Latvian 1-3 in the first heat. And I'm sure that the Latvians will want to make their presence rather truly well felt here today ahead of pre-final and finals day tomorrow. As now Stolsamanis up the inside of turn 12 on Relitz. Gets the lead back. Relitz now jinks to the right-hand side. Oh, Stolsamanis goes defensive. Oh, but Stolsamanis loses the place as Mulders goes up the inside of Turlo to retake 3rd position. A little bit further back, you've got Shawmans and Strauven battling away. These two know each other very, very well indeed. As look at the battle, it's all kicking off. Now someone has dropped dramatically down the field. That could be, I think, possibly Vilkans as all. They're getting compromised going through turn 7. And now it's a 1-2. Bruno Mulders has got past Thomas Stolsamanis. Matisse Turlo rounds out the top 4. Then it's Vilkans. Then Pedersen. Strauven. And then Shawmans. And then just behind them, Max Knappen and Tommy van der Stroys still battling away. That is over 9th position. So Relitz leads after 5 laps. On to lap 6 we go, through turns 1 and 2. Stolsamanis goes up the inside of Mulders. Tangles wheels with the Dutch driver and manages to get his way past. But in the meantime, Turlo up the inside of Mulders. Mulders, I think, has got a possible problem after that slight clash. But he's back up the inside of Mikkel Pedersen. Oh, Strauven into the back of Mulders. Strauven, I think, got compromised there. Not 100% sure. He went steamrolling up the inside. Caught the back bumper of Bruno Mulders, and Mulders has been punched out of the top 10. And that has given Kasper Schaumanns an opportunity. Well, we thought there were dramas in senior Rotax. Junior Rotax have just done exactly the same thing right now in their halfway point of the qualifying heat stages. Mistakes at this time cannot be afforded. As now Stolsamanis battling away with Relitz. Relitz will lead them on to the start-finish straight, or will he? Stolsamanis is going to power past the Belgian even before they hit the apex of turn 1. And then Turlo follows past as well. Then Vilkans waiting in the wings. But Relitz, goes bumping over the curbs through the inside of turn 3. He's trying to do his absolute best. He knew he had a fight on his hand. He has a sideways drift to the right coming out of turn 5, through down into the Europolan, out of turn 6. Stolsamanis leads. 50 seconds on the clock remaining. This is nip and tuck between this quartet at the front of the field. And great work for Casper Schormans. I'm sure that Bruno Molders will not be very happy after what has just happened. I'm not too sure if there may be a forthcoming front-fairing penalty, dependent on the way that the contact happened between Strauven and Molders. And Molders now finds himself in 10th position as Turlo looking up the inside of Stolsamanis. Now in the penultimate lap of this race, the penultimate heat for Junior Roadsax. Their final one will be at 16:55 local time. That's 3:55 p.m. So if you're in Portugal or if you are in the United Kingdom. But now the timer has hit 0. Stolsamanis has about a lap and a quarter still to go. Still to hang on. Rielitz might have an opportunity not just to get past. Taralou is right on the back bumper of the Dutch driver. Going through into turn 11. Now into turn 12. And Edgars Wilkans is not that far adrift. But then you look at the battles behind. Schorman, Strauven, Knappen and Van der Stroys now factoring in into their own rights as we are on to the last lap. Ralf van der Pevert as Rielitz goes up the inside through turn 2. Rielitz threading the eye of the needle. Banzai's over the curves through turn 4 and gets past Matti Sturlo. Inspired commitment from Kai Rielitz from Belgium. So keeps himself in second position. He'll want to be as close as he can in terms of the intermediate classification post this evening. But it looks like Stolsamanis will have a second victory of the day. We have had dramas personified this weekend so far, and I don't think we're done yet. We still have DD2 and DD2 Masters. As it's getting rather racy a little bit further behind. Checkered flags waves for Stolsamanis. Rielitz second, Turlo in third, Wilkans fourth, Strauven P5. I wonder if that result is going to stick. Schormans in sixth, Max Knappen, Tommy van der Stroys, Bruno Molders finishes in 9th ahead of Nick Gerhards. Mikkel Pedersen finishes ahead of Magnus Pedersen in 11th and 12th respectively. So a lot of things to still be talking about here in that respect. However, Thomas Stolsamanis takes the victory. So in many respects. So yeah, Stolsamanis takes the victory ahead of Rielitz, Turlo, Wilkans, Strauven, Schormans, Knappen, Van der Stroys, Molders and Gerhards rounding out the top 10. Mikkel Pedersen, Magnus Pedersen, Farin Mega, Luke Nielsen, Jori Schoens round out the top 15. Joy Briefveld, Vic Stevens, Theo Blin, Marius Rose starting 27th, finishes in 19th ahead of Enzo Bol. Thijs Dames ahead of Montego Maassen, Javi Bachmach-Diuk, Olivier Jonkers, Lawrence Herbols and Julian Kloosman rounding out the 26th that finished, with Ralf van der Pevert race ending on lap number 6. So we go to the penultimate race of Heat Stay here at the BNL Karting Series Kick-off at the home of Champions Karting Genk for DD2 this time. Here is your starting grid as follows. Glenn Van Parijs, who was actually promoted to the race victory after Zander Przyblak got a 5-second time penalty as being deemed by race controller and race director to have caused contact on the final turn of the final lap. Parijs will start back again from pole position. Willie Island hopefully will be alongside him this time. The Finn was not in any form of competitiveness. The kart was not even on the circuit at all in the first heat. Przyblak will have Goossens alongside in positions 3 and 4. Mick Knowlton from the Netherlands and Anthony Millet rounds out the top 3 rows. Paolo Bessancenes and Jordi Clevort from France and Belgium round out row 4. Sebastian de Grande in the 447 and Ricards Sulbekis from Latvia in the 471. They complete the top 10. Matthias Lund in the 408 representing Denmark will be on the inside of row number 6, and alongside will be Imke Arts from the Netherlands in the 421. Emeric Gerhardt in the 404 will be on the inside of row number 7, and alongside will have compatriot and teammate Enzo Boulogne in the 469, who had a race to forget last time out. Hannes Border from Germany in the 468 will have Denmark's Mikkel Tigerson in the 432 alongside. 7 minutes plus an additional lap. And I have just seen that we have another 7 front-bearing penalties for the previous heat in junior Rotax. All results called by myself on the live stream are provisional pending any sporting and racing and technical investigations post-race. 16 drivers, 7 minutes plus 1 additional lap, 1,360 metres of tarmac to race around. They come through into the tram lines having exited turn number 12. Are we ready? Are we steady? Looks like we've got a good start here, and a good start once again from Glenn Van Parijs. Przyblak slots in behind. Willie Island round to the outside, but going side by side with Jana Goossens through turns 2 and 3 as it's, there's a 5-kart scramble down towards the bottom part of the top 10. That was rather close going through turn 4, but they still make it all through. Oh, someone went grass tracking. That is possibly Matthias Lund, I believe. That is the case. That's the good thing about the RS competition race suits. You can actually see the name on the top of the shoulder blades. As all Przyblak looking to get the move done early on Van Parijs and get the initial lead. Now, when he was with Buvin Power up until the beginning of the season, son of Przyblak used to romp away into the distance, but for 2020, Glenn Van Parijs, very, very well accomplished in his own right in karting, decided, I'm going to go back to the old school. And he took the title from son of Przyblak. You know what this means, that Przyblak, who recently in local newspapers and local media said that Formula 1 is the goal, well, he's definitely showcased that he does have these great flashes of brilliance. But Villainen closing in on Van der Parijs, gets up the inside of the Belgian, through into the exit of the Europalan into turn 7. And now Van Parijs has to battle away with Mick Knowlton. Paolo Bessancenes, in the meantime, has got his way up into 5th. There's now, there we go, Knowlton gets up the inside of Van Parijs. And so 401, the reigning and defending champion, as there's a move a little bit further back. I think that was possibly Subekis on Klebot for P9, which it has been confirmed as we go on to lap number 3 of this race. Zander Przyblak leads. Villainen now closing in. Mick Knowlton being hustled by Glenn Van Parijs, who also has Paolo Bessancenes breathing down his neck as Van Parijs sends it up the inside of Knowlton through turn 7. Nice and neatly done by the 401 from Belgium. Bessancenes, who got a podium at the final round of the BNL Karting Series last October. And he now fires it up the inside. Oh, that was close. a bit of Gallic joie de vivre there in terms of his very, very formidable overtakes. And now Mick Knowlton is losing positions because Sebastian de Grand's just gone up the inside of him. And here comes Yannick Gussens. And there goes Schublak up the inside of Villainen, who managed to take the lead, but not for long. Because when you think about it, if you're a tenth and a half or so behind, you can still get rather up close and personal. Whilst they've been battling away, good old Glenn Van Parijs has now started to close in. And this is where it gets interesting, folks, because are you going to roll a snake eyes or are you going to roll lucky number 7? Well, you never know until you find out when we hit the checkered flag. But at this particular moment in time, Schublak is leading. Villainen in second. Third is Van Parijs. Bessan-Senez. Gallic Warrior has now got the bit between his teeth and he's closing. And the top 4 have already dropped Sebastian de Grand by a considerable margin at this particular moment. So de Grand is nearly a second behind Bessan-Senez. But whilst Schublak and Villainen have been battling, Glenn Van Parijs now enters the prize ring. Villainen looking, trying to make a possible opportunity. And he's going up the inside, sends it nicely and cleanly through turn 7. Son of Schublak will not want that to happen, but now he's the meat in the sandwich. Oh, Glenn Van Parijs. Now that bumper, I'm just going to keep an eye on that, because if that's gone in, that's a 5-second automatic penalty for Glenn Van Parijs. But he's closing. Bessan-Senez now makes it a quartet, battling away for the lead with 2.5 minutes remaining. Oh, Van Parijs sends it up the inside of Schublak through turn number 12, and Schublak's already on the counter-offensive. Gets the switchback. They nearly touch side pods going through into turn 2. Oh, here comes Bessan-Senez. Mon Dieu. Bessan-Senez is saying, well, if you lot want to squabble amongst yourselves like children, I'm going to make you take notice. And that's exactly what the 405 did. Bessan-Senez has put everyone in the BNL karting series DD2 class on notice. But, well, that just goes to show that if someone takes an inch, Bessan-Senez took a municipality mile right there and then here in the Limburg region in Genk. But now Villainen has to watch his 6, because here comes Glenn Van Parijs, and Van Parijs was quicker. Well, Son of Schublak last time did a 54.8. Van Parijs did a personal best. Villainen's just done the fastest lap of the race. And things are getting rather tentative. Imke Arts now up into 9th past Ricards Subekis, who retired in the first heat. And this time, things seem to be a little bit better, because we had 12 drivers cross the start-finish line after race 1. Race 2, we've still got all 16 drivers so far, touch wood, that are still circulating. Villainen still leads. Van Parijs in 2nd. Schublak in 3rd. Bessan-Senez in 4th. Mick Knowlton is a little bit further away. He's looking a bit lonesome, is good old Mick. He's about a second behind. Then he's got half a second gap between himself and Sebastian de Grand, who's got Anthony Millet closing in on him. Yannick Gussens is dropping down in towards the clutches of Imke Arts. So there is Mick Knowlton going through into turn 5, now into the right-hander at turn 6. Was the vice champion in the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, first season in 2018. I still remember when he finished the final and done enough to take the title. However, I remember him coming up to me at the commentary box with his father Noel, and I hope his dad's keeping well as well, about being found to be underweight and was promptly disqualified, handing the title to Hannes Morin. But you know, always a good chance to have a chat with him whenever I get the opportunity. But now we go on to the final lap. Villainen looks over his right shoulder, as does Glenn Van Parijs, as does Son of Schublak. Now Van Parijs, if he can get close enough to Villainen through turn 6 and get the good run of momentum through the Europlan, that could be one of his best opportunities to get through. So now that's a good tighter apex from Van Parijs. He's just got to... he's already had a win as a result of what happened in the first heat, but he could go for it through turn 10 if he's late enough on the brakes, but I don't think from that far distance back he will dare to do so, because it is about consistency, and I'm sure that he wants to get bragging rights going into the first round of the season, which is scheduled to take place in just 2 weeks' time at this very second, the week before the Euro Trophy is about to get underway for 2021. But the final lap is now upon us, and the checkered flag waves for Finland's Ville Viljalainen by 0.26 ahead of Glenn Van Parijs. Zander Schiblak in third place. There's always some positions being decided a bit down the order. That was Aymeric Guérin and Jori Kleebort rounding out the top 12. But Ville Viljalainen getting the upper hand on the opposition on that particular occasion, and he takes the victory. So let's take you through the finishing order for DD2 Heat 2 here on the opening day of action for the BNL Karting Series Kick-off. So from Finland, Ville Viljalainen in the 422 from RS Competition takes the victory ahead of reigning and defending BNL Karting Series champion Glenn Van Parijs. Zander Schiblak rounds out the top 3 ahead of Paulo Bessin-Senes from KMD. Mick Knowlton rounds out the top 5 ahead of Sebastian de Graan from Dams Racing. Anthony Millet, Janne Gussens, Imke Arts and Ricard Subekis rounds out the top 10. Follow that up with Aymeric Guérin, Jori Kleebort, Matthias Lund, Enzo Boulogne, Hannes Border and Mikkel Tigerson rounding out the 16 strong. The whole field covered by 9.5 seconds after 9 laps of racing. Right, 9 races down. We have 6 more to go, including this one. And this time we're back with DD2 Masters. Here is your starting grid. So Carl Clivort will look to make it 2 for 2 today here in the wonderful sunshine at Karting Genk, the home of champions. He'll be having some countrymanship alongside him, courtesy of Tom Dessert from GKS Lemons Power. Christoph Adams will look to not have any issues with tyre barriers, I fear, for race number 2. So that would have been on the outside of turn 7, so it would have been the left-hand side. That's why he was looking down at that side of the chassis. He starts P3. Alongside him will be Bruno Dos Santos. Estonia's Pritsai will start in 5th place on the 501, with Franck Levergne in the 529, rounding out the top 6, with Christophe Capitain in the 599 from France in 7th, ahead of Frederick Bakert in the 553 from Belgium. Drivers now making their way from the sighting lap onto the formation lap. 7 minutes once again on the timer. The red lights will now be ignited on the starting gantry, ready for the drivers to go racing. And then after this, we will have 5 more races still to go. We'll have a further 2 senior road tax heats, which will then decide the top 30 classified that will automatically go through to the pre-final and the final tomorrow. However, there will be 17 rather despondent drivers that will have what we like to call a second chance. And the second chance heat will kick things off for the BNL Karting Series kick-off tomorrow morning. And the time for that will be at 11 o'clock Central European time. So now, Clairvaux and also Dessert will be the ones that will lead the field towards turn 12. And will we have a good start this time? Because we've had a couple of starts where the drivers have not been happy, or race control have said no, restart again. 8 drivers, 7 minutes plus a lap. We're about to go racing once more. They now split and make their way into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Here's the waiting game, but the revs rise and the lights are out and we are off and away. And a good start by Christoph Adams to again go up the inside of Tom Dessert, this time through into turn 2. Tom Dessert uses the runoff. You can use that on the first lap, but afterwards can be considered as track limits. Oh, that was a moment and a half there, I think, for Bruno Dos Santos, who's dropped all the way down to what is now 6th position. Christophe Capitain has got past. Franck Levergne has dropped down to 7th, ahead of Frederick Bakert. So, yeah, Levergne needing to make good his intentions and probably to try and get up the order. However, Carl Clivort, de Bakert, leading the way. Adams in 2nd. Pritsai now, I think, is up into... Yeah, that is the case. He is up into 3rd position. Tom Dessert in 4th. Bruno Dos Santos not too far behind us now. Dessert goes up, looks towards the inside of Pritsai going into turn 1. Thinks better of it, but then decides to attack. Very good strategic, aggressive overtaking there from Tom Dessert. That's part of the form that netted him the Grand Kick-Off title in 2020. The first time I ever actually saw him compete. But last year for him was a year that I think he pretty much wants to resign to the pantheon of old history, let's say. Sweep it under the carpet and have a fresh start for 2021. However, the entire field covered by, on the end of lap 1, were covered by just under 2.5 seconds. But those gaps could be elongating ever so slightly. But Carl Clivort and Christoph Adams leading the way at the moment, with Pritsai rounding out the top 3. Well, was rounding out the top 3. Tom Dessert rounds out the top 3 now. Top 3 covered by just over a second. And all 8 drivers covered by just 2.65 seconds from front to back. As Pritsai getting... oh, now that's a great little move there. Put the pressure on, did Christophe Capitain. on Pritsai going through turn 6, but now Pritsai looking towards the inside of turn 7. Is the Estonian going to make it through? He does. Bruno Dos Santos, nearly has. Franck Levain with him for rather close quarter company. And then Frederick Baker tries to think, oh, well, I might be able to go up the inside of Levain. Well, he got a front. I think, at the end of the day, he needs to just sort of keep his nose cleaned as Goose. And it's also dependent on how clean he can keep his front Nassau in the meantime, because obviously you don't want to have impromptu contact with another pass of another cart, and what that could mean is an automatic 5-second time penalty. But Christoph Adams looking a little bit better off this time around, and he is closing on to Carl Clairvaux this time around. Tom Dessert not too far behind either, so the top three starting to mount a breakaway. So Pritsai in 4th place, Christophe Capitan closing the door for Bruno Dos Santos at this particular moment in time. Franck Levain and Frederick Baker rounds out the top 8. Well, the 8 that are still racing. We're at about 3.5 minutes in this race, still to go. So Christoph Adams has really had that particular opportunity thrown. Well, he's had that opportunity of getting past Kyle Klibot at multiple times during this race. And then Tom DeSera has been waiting in the wings. We still have one more lap remaining. So Kyle Klibot just biding his time. He's just trying to stay ahead. Oh, Adams up the inside. Adams up the inside. Switch back from Klibot into turn 3. DeSera looking to thread the eye of the needle up the inside of Klibot. Oh, they clash wheels again going through turn 4. But Klibot hangs on. But Christoph Adams timed that to mighty perfection through the final approach into turn 2. And now Kyle Klibot really has that opportunity to try and get past if he can. And he doesn't have long. They've just got 3 more corners to go after this one. They've got turns 10 to 12. And on this particular occasion, Christoph Adams, despite a tyre glancing race-ending moment in race 1, heat 1, he's now going to come through turn 12, and the checkered flag for the first time in 2021 will wave for Christoph Adams. So, yeah, that was it. Christoph Adams taking the win ahead of Kyle Klibot by 0.189 of a second. Tom DeSera, 0.3 seconds separated the top 3. Pritzai in 4th. But what a drive from Christoph Adams. Just waited until the opportunity presented itself. Kyle Klibot went early. But then Christoph Adams knew that he had the measure of him to possibly go up the inside. And with a couple of laps to go, that was it. Let's have a look at the finishing order for Heat 2 for DD2 Masters. So Christoph Adams takes the victory after 9 laps of racing, winning by 0.189 seconds ahead of Kyle Klibot. Tom DeSera rounds out the top 3. Pritzai in 4th ahead of Christophe Capitain, Frederick Bakert, Bruno Dos Santos, and Franck Laverne rounding out the 8 strong. Well, Franck Laverne unfortunately retired with 3 laps to go. Well, we'll be back at 16:15 local time for the final third of the opening day of competition here at the BNL Karting Series with myself, Alex Goldschmidt, on live stream commentary. We'll be back in just under half an hour's time. Now the green flag waves as we get into the business end of the first day of competition for the BNL Karting Series Kickoff. Senior Rotax out on circuit. It is now Groups A versus C. Here is your starting grid. So Juho Valtonen and Luca Leistra will be alongside each other on the front row of the grid. Max Stemmerdink from the Netherlands, a race victor here today at the circuit. We'll have Nick Cuppens alongside. Stormbrouwer has been in the thick of the action so far today and starts P5 ahead of Milan Coppens in the 344 from Belgium. Kylian Tavernier from France and Danny Prince from the Netherlands round out row 4 ahead of Switzerland's Mario Sidler and Germany's Fabian Bock. Here Dorrestein from the Netherlands and Dylan Lahaye from Belgium round out the top 12 positions ahead of Patrick Slokmelis, Yashram Jankan, Bart de Wit, Lars Zanen, Victor Plateau, Marcelo Wegner-Pahord, Jordi van der Eyck, Daniel Hunt, Wood Kirstens, Jens Pranger, Tern Schmidt, and Julien Hache from France rounding out the 24 strong. We've got 4 more races after this one, a total of 15 races in all, and then we have a further 9 tomorrow. 24 races in total for the nigh on 100 strong field in total. But it is time once again to see what happens in our 5th out of 6 races for Senior Rotax, because we'll have Groups B versus D after this one. So what will be coming towards us in terms of excitement here on heat number 5? We're about to find out. So it's Valtonen, Leistra, Stemmerdink, Coppens, Brouwer, Coppens, Tavernier, Prince, Sidler and Bock. They come out of turn 12. They now make their way towards the tram lines. So on this particular occasion, the drivers are ready. Are we ready? Are we steady? Revs rise, lights go out. They're off and away and racing, and a great work again from the lights. Now this time, this has really changed now, because Rose up to 3rd. Leicester's trying to go up the inside of, fires it past him through turn 3. That was great work by Luca Leistra. He dropped from 2nd, went to 4th, but then decided Stormbrouwer was easy prey going through turn 3, and the Belgian make it stick there. Stemmerdink in the meantime has got past into 2nd position from 3rd on the grid, whilst Brouwer went following past behind him. So the drivers now making sure that they have the opportunity. It looks like, one of the it looks like one of the carts is having a bit of a moment there. 3 wide, and someone in the middle was getting squeezed going through turn 10. That's not where you want that to happen. And the drivers really, that was possibly Danny Prince is now up the inside. Goes Luca Leistra on Max Stemmerdink, and what this means now is that Leistra is using the old think tactic there, as if to indicate to Max Stemmerdink, right, let's get after Juho Valtonen, but Stormbrouwer, Kylian Tavernier, Leo Dorrestein now closing in. The train is expanding, and it is the Leistra train. Forget Jarno Trulli on this one. But you can see just how close these drivers are. So the battle for 2nd position well and truly on. That is going to be contested at the moment by a quintet of drivers. That is Leistra, Stemmerdink, Tavernier. It looks like Dorrestein is in there too. Don't count out Milan Coppens. There's some great moves up the order. You can just see in the train behind the top 8. There's another train that is really starting to make its presence felt at the circuit at this particular moment in time. So now these drivers really pushing like crazy. 4 minutes and 45 seconds plus an additional lap. There are so many small infinitesimal gaps between some of these drivers, and you could just see, someone's lost the back end. And that would have been Daniel Hunt, I believe, in the 388 from Latvia, going proper sideways. Oh, that must have been a new underwear change right there for the Latvian. So now things really heating up at the front of the field. Dylan LaHaye closing on Nick Cuppens. So it could be from second to ninth that could be battling over that position. As now, Stemmerdink springboards up the inside of Lystra. So Stemmerdink back into second position, but in the meantime, Juho Valtonen has a lead of around 0.8 of a second. Stormbrower and Kilian Tavernier now making their presences felt as Lystra getting swamped all over the back bumper by Stormbrower. You could see that Lystra went one way, then the other, and then had to turn the cart in, rotate it before Stormbrower had any idea of an opportunistic move. And Stormbrower's now going to go for it up the inside of turn 10. Goes the Dutchman and neatly through on the 307. Now Lystra is going to come under real big salvo fire thanks to Tavernier, Dorrestein and Coppens. Nick Cuppens in the meantime has dropped behind. There goes Milan Coppens. Oh, into the side of Beard Dorrestein. Oh, that was heart in the mouth moment, I think is the words I was looking for there. But that's the thing. When a driver decides now is the time to send it, they will go for it. I've seen that time and time again from Milan Coppens. I don't expect anything less from the young man who represented Team Belgium at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in Sarno in late October 2019 as part of Team Belgium for the Grand Finals. So 2.5 minutes remaining, and Juho Valtonen did have about a second lead as up the inside of Dorrestein. This time Coppens, does he make the move? He does for the minute, but Dorrestein now saying he's being told off quite well and truly there as Lystra fires it up the inside of Brewer going through turn 2. Tavernier not too far behind. Oh, this is getting rather dicey. Oh, LaHaye up the inside. Well, that was one for the books, and now Dorrestein has got Nick Cuppens up his inside. Dylan LaHaye goes through. Dorrestein completely compromises, and in one corner loses 3 positions. Now LaHaye up the inside of Coppens going through turn Cuppens going through turn 7. Coppens not too far behind now. He throws it up the inside of the Dames Racing driver. The pair go wide. Dorrestein up the inside, but Coppens keeps the move going. There are more moves. Loch Mellis now well and truly in the fight. I think Victor Plateau is in there too. These drivers are giving it everything and then some. My goodness. Valtonen has now got just over a second lead on Stemmerdink. Lystra in third, Brewer in fourth, Tavernier, LaHaye, Coppens, Dorrestein, Loch Mellis, Zainen, Cuppens, Ramjankan, Prince, Plateau, Bock, Wander Eik, Schmidt, Wegner Pahod, Sidler, Kirstens, De Witt, Hunt, Pranger and Hash. They are all... Oh, now there's a bit of a bump draft assist there. The 303 of Danny Prince on teammate Nick Cuppens. Now, who was that they got past? I'm just wondering, because that was I think that might have been on Yash Ramjankan, because Yash is actually with Dams Racing. That is the case. And so behind, they have got Fabian Bock and also Victor Plateau. So now we're getting into the last 30 seconds of the race plus an additional lap. Valtonen has got breathing space, does not need to worry. He just needs to keep it calm, consistent and clean. Hitting every apex, turning the kart in, putting the power down at the right moment. Whereas Lystra is now dropping time to Stemmerdink, but is coming under fire from Brewer and Tavernier. And this is going to be the penultimate lap because the leader now makes his way through, and there has been a 5-second time penalty. It's been given to the 367 of Turn Schmidt. So that will put Schmidt a little bit further down the order. That will probably put him in around 21st position or so. But the timer has now expired. And we have one more senior Rotax heat after this one, and that could be rather explosive too. Valtonen onto the final lap. Stemmerdink, Leicester, Breur, Taunier, Lahaye, Coppens, Zanen, Kuppens, and Prins round out the top 10. Pierre Dorrestein has parked it after on lap number 7 of this race. And also the 3:04 Jens Pranger has now had a time penalty. 5 seconds, causing a collision. So 2 drivers. So the 367 of Turnschmidt, that was for all 4 wheels outside of track limits. However, we're on the final lap of this race. These drivers will now be able to have a little bit of respite, get rid of the red mist and the adrenaline, and get themselves rested, fed, watered, ready for tomorrow. But Juho Valtonen will come across the line. The Finn from Stampex Motorsport does it again. Wins by just over 3/4 of a second ahead of Max Stemmerdink, with Luca Leistra rounding out the top 3. Beer Dorrestein, the only one of the 24 drivers retiring on this race on lap 7 out of 9. So let's have a look at the finishing order, all provisional I might add, for Senior Road Tax heat number 5 of the day, groups A versus C. Juho Valtonen takes the victory, representing Finland in the 3:42. Max Stemmerdink in the 3:01 is second, representing the Netherlands. And Luca Leistra makes it 3 different nationalities in the top 3, representing Belgium in the 3:07. Storm Breur in the 3:38 took 4th ahead of Kilian Taunier. Another good top 6 result for Dylan Lahaye in the 3:28. Milan Coppens in 7th, Lars Zanen in 8th. Nick Coppens in 9th, Danny Prins in 10th, ahead of Fabian Bock, Yash Ramjankan, Jordi van der Eyck, Victor Plateau, Marcelo Wegner-Parhod, Turnschmidt, Mario Sidler, Bart de Wit, Wout Kirstens, Patrick Slokmelis, Daniel Hunt, Jens Pranger, and Julian Hasch being the last of the 23 classified finishers, with Beer Dorrestein retiring on lap number 7. So the sixth and final senior Rotax heat. It's groups B versus D. And here is your starting grid. Hopefully it'll be third time lucky for Mercedes, who will start on pole position for this particular race. He'll have Milan Ritter, his fellow countryman, alongside Luca Schoenmakers and Luna Blum, making an all-Dutch row number 2. Luca Thiel from Germany will have Francis Vincent Bouteille behind, alongside him on row 3. Christian de Klein in the 399 from the Netherlands will have Sweden's Patrick Rundqvist alongside in the 359. Vincent van Kerkhoven from Belgium in the 383, and Jordi Westerleken in the 332 from the Netherlands. They complete the top 10. Alexander Krawinkel from Belgium in the 352 will have Gilles Chloé alongside, so it's an all-Belgian row number 6. Flint Schuring from the Netherlands and Ehad Turka from Turkey round out the top 7 rows, ahead of Bennett Ahrens from Germany, Hugo Back from France, Tim van der Scheepop and Jens van der Eyden in the 9th row. Scott Westhovens and Sem van Til complete the top 20, with Stefan Lemuno, Sam Bergstein and Colin van Lammeren rounding out the 23 strong. 7 minutes plus an additional lap, and out of pretty much the entire of the 47 strong senior Rotax drivers here this weekend, the biggest thing is that Mercedes has only completed, I think, 7 laps in total, not including qualifying or any free practice sessions that he's been here. So Mercedes's luck needs to change, and it needs to change this race. But obviously, this may be the opportunity that he needs. We know how quick Mercedes is. And when he was with RS Competition, then making the switch to Dums Racing, he's going into GT4 this year, courtesy of Step Management, who work with him in Denmark. So now it is Ries, Ritter, Schoenmakers, Blom, Thiel, Bouteille, De Klein, Rundqvist, Van Kerkhoven and Westerleken. That is your top 10. Out of turn 12 we go. Into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? The revs rise. We go lights out. They are off and racing. And it seems to be a little bit of a tussle in the middle. Now has Luna Blum got her way through? Oh, someone's got spinning off. That is Patrick Rundqvist in the 359 Cosmic Chassis. Oh, Patrick Rundqvist's day, I think, has just been given the early shower call right there and then, because it was everyone for themselves. And they were all tussling going into turns 1 and 2. And now this is where some of the drivers realise, hang on a second, I've not got enough points to get myself up into the top 30. Top 30 after intermediate classification will go straight through to the pre-finals and the finals. 17 other drivers will have to compete for, oh, massive moment. That's the 383 of Vincent van Kerkhoven. And that is Bennett Ahrens that was completely unsighted. Oh, more dramas. Can you believe that? Milan Ritter being pressurised by Luca Thiel. The German gets his way through. Luna Blum now up into 2nd place. And that is the 352. And that is Alexander Krawinkel out of the race. Bennett Ahrens out of the race. Vincent van Kerkhoven, I'm sure, will be number 3 on that casualty list. And some drivers really, really going for it. And sometimes uncontrolled aggression does not see you in good standings with the stewards. There's more Banzai overtaking there. And I'm wondering who that was, because that was a CRG chassis that went literally exit stage right coming out of turn 9. That probably would have been Christian de Klein at that particular moment. However, Mercedes has got a lead. It was nearly half a second on Luna Blum on that particular occasion. So Krawinkel and Ahrens are pretty much confirmed retirements. If Van Kerkhoven keeps that cart going to get to the end of this race after that nigh-on T-bone through no fault of Bennett Ahrens whatsoever. So Schoenmaker is up into P3, but a P4 behind Luca Thiel. Milan Ritter now down into 5th place. Bouteille now has been passed by Westerleken. Flint Schuring up into 9th past Christian de Klein. Oh, there's more tussling, and that's right at the tail end of the field. And that would be ahead of, more than likely, one of the RS competition carts, I believe. But now you can understand that these drivers are really, really having to keep their eyes on stalks. And now this is where it's all going to count. There's a trio of JJ Racing carts with Blum, Thiel and Schaumakers. Schaumakers had blows with Reese at turn 7 in the previous race. So he will want to do things nice and clean. He goes up the inside of Luca Thiel. So a good clean move by Lukas Schaumakers there. And in the meantime, Thiel starts to latch on towards the back bumper, but then Milan Ritter is not too far behind. Great drive from, oh, more dramas. That is the 327 Bouteille from France. That's going through turn 8. I've never seen anyone go backwards on the grass on the inside of turn 8 at all. This has had more twists and turns than the never-ending story of this race. And we've still got the pre-finals and the finals tomorrow. I hate to think what's going to happen there, but I know for a fact if you're enjoying this race as much as I am, even though my beats per minute are going through the roof and I might need a defibrillator on standby, it's been absolutely enthralling. It's now Lukas Schaumakers closing in on Luna Blum. Up the inside he goes of the 309 from the Netherlands. So Luna Blum staying in the top 3. Oh, she has a moment coming through turn 7. God, the heart-stopping moments, they keep coming thick and fast in this race. And that's why Senior Rotax has so much drama in it. It's so enthralling. It's the most exciting class, or one of the most exciting classes, if not the most, here in Rotax competition. But now Luca Thiel is closing. Uteye now drops all the way down to, well, he's parked it. So the 327 from France now out of the race. And whilst this trio of JJ Racing carts are having their own inter-team squabble, just keep your eyes on the two behind, because that's a move there from Luca Thiel, and it looks like Erhard Turker is possibly ahead of Milan Ritter. And that looks to be the case. So the Turkish driver, yes, he is. I recognise the crash helmet from a mile away. Well, in this case, it's probably a few hundred or so kilometres in terms of my locality. That is Erhard Turker. He's now up into P5 as they now make their way through into turn 12. Mads Rees has not been troubled so far at all in this race. He got a good, clean start, and he made sure that he was not to be challenged, and no one behind as Luna Blum looking up the inside of Luca Thiel going into turns 1 and into 2. She thinks better of it on that particular occasion, but through turn 4, Blum's got a real good purchase on the 309 cart and could look to go up the inside of Luca Thiel this time. Not the case, but if she gets a good run coming out onto the Europalan, which she does, through into the right-hander at turn 7, Luna Blum biding her time and waiting for the opportunity to present itself, or she's got to make it happen, or the third thing in that equation is Luca Thiel makes an unforced error. So 46 seconds on the clock remaining, plus one additional lap. Van Kerkhoffen has parked it. Yep, that's game over for Vincent Van Kerkhoffen. And if anyone might remember, a bit of a nasty smash for him last year. A very, very big accident where the cart actually turned upside down and brought out the red flag. We're down from 23 competitors to 19. Luna Blum now has this plus an additional lap to try and get past Luca Thiel for third position. And with all the best will in the world, this lady that had a massive off in the first heat at Wackersdorf in the Euro Trophy last year and came back to race for a further 2 heats after medical checks cleared her for racing action. In her first heat, she was 5th place and still carried on racing all the way through the day. Now the timer has hit 0. We're on to the penultimate lap of Senior Rotax qualifying heat competition here at Karting Genk, as Luna Blum's trying to size up a move on Luca Thiel, but the final lap board will go out to Mads Rees from Denmark on this particular occasion. So last lap board is out. Rees, Schaumakers, Thiel, Luca Blum trying to thread the eye of the needle. Can she get through? But the biggest thing is look how quickly Ehad Tucker, who was with KR Sport the last time I saw him, and assistant Asmina, we were at the International Trophy. He was then running in KR Sport colours. And now he's with Buvin Power. So he's followed the likes of Zon of Shiblack, Glenn Van Parijs, amongst others. Luca Leicester in that squad as well. And this particular occasion, Mads Rees will have the luck on his side. He's definitely had that four-leaf clover, figuratively speaking, in his pocket. As they come through turn 10, Luna Blum looking to try and get past, if she can, past Luca Thiel. But round the final quarter, it's going to be a lights to flag victory for Mads Rees from Denmark in the 379. Second goes to Luca Schaumakers. Third to Luca Thiel. Luna Blum in fourth. Ehad Tucker rounding out the top five. Top five covered by less than 2.5 seconds. 4 retirements in this race. Vincent Van Kerkhoff and Vincent Bouteille in the 327. Alexander Krawinkel and Bennett Arends not even making it past the first lap. In the meantime, Hugo Bach will now drop 5 seconds back, which will put him around about 15th or 16th behind around about where Patrick Rundqvist is at the moment. But let's have a look at the finishing order. Mads Rees wins the race from Luca Schaumakers by 9/10 of a second after 9 laps of competition. Luca Thiel rounds out the top three, with Luna Blum and Ehad Tucker rounding out the top 5. 4 different nationalities in the top 5, and there is a very, very wounded 372 kart, and there is its driver, Bennett Arends, just alongside it. Milan Ritter in 6th, Flint Schuring in 7th, ahead of Jori Westerleken, Sam Bergstein. Hugo Bach will drop out of the top 10, so that will promote Sem van Til up to 10th position, and a few other drivers such as Christian de Klein, Jens van der Heyden, Tim van der Scheepop, Gilles Clouet, Patrick Rundqvist. So Stefan Lemonot, Scott Westhovens and Colin van Lammeren are the last of the 19 drivers that made it to the finish. So, race number 13 of the meeting about to get underway, and it is Junior Road Tax, their third and final heat of today's action. And here is the grid. Thomas Stolsamanis starts again for the third successive race on pole position. Qualifying determines the grid positions if it's under 36 drivers on the grid. Kai Rielitz on P2, and they are ahead of Mathis Turlo and Bruno Mulder, so an all-Dutch affair on row 2. Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark and Edgars Wilkans rounding out the top 6 positions. Jori Schoens and Kasper Schormans rounding out the top 4 rows, and I'm really impressed with Schormans' performance here on his very first weekend as a junior. Thomas Strauven and Luke Neeson round out the top 10 positions ahead of Max Knappen and Joy Breedveld in the 2:48 and the 2:05. The 2:06 of Nick Gerhards, based out of Amsterdam, starts P13 and will have Magnus Pedersen alongside for close company. Behind Mega and Vic Stevens, that is row number 8. Theo Blanc and Montego Marson round out the top 9 ahead of Tommy van der Sloys and Enzo Bol. That's the top 20 completed. Julian Kloosman ahead of Javi Bachmachtiuk. That's row 11. Thijs Dames rounds out the top 23 ahead of Olivier Jonkers, Lawrence Herboz, Ralph van der Peyvert and Marius Rose rounding out the 27 strong grid. So this is where this will be the final opportunity for these drivers to get going and where they can be in terms of the grid positioning ahead of tomorrow's pre-final. The intermediate classification will be determined this very evening, so please don't forget to keep an eye on our social media channels for all of the relevant information. We will post the intermediate classifications as the results have been formulated and tallied up. So now they come through the final corner into the tram lines. We go for Junior Road Tax Heat 3. Are we ready? Are we steady? Looks like we've got a good one going underway at this particular moment in time as Turlo looks to go towards the inside of Kai Rielitz on that particular occasion. And Rielitz uses the runoff to close in on top Stolsamanis. He is legally allowed to do that at that particular moment in time. However, the drivers now make their way through turn 6 into the Europolan, and at the moment Stolsamanis still leads from Rielitz. So the drivers can still carry on regardless and getting themselves towards that sort of opportunity where they now can see the likes of Tom Stuyven moving up the order, Farin Megan moving up the order, Theo Blanc, Olivier Jonkers has also made it up the order as well. So these drivers will be pushing like crazy. There were 2 by 2 at some points going through turn 7, a little bit towards the back end of the field. Is really getting hot and spicy under the collar, so to speak. But Stolsamanis has the lead ahead of Rielitz, and they have absolutely run away with it coming out of turns 1 and 2, and that is just after the first lap. They've got a gap of around about 8 or 9 tenths of a second between themselves and also Mikkel Pedersen, who's got Mathis Turlo right breathing down his neck. Bruno Mulder's in 5th. Edgars Wilkans rounding out the top 6 positions. Kasper Schormans still doing his level best and is doing a great job in 7th position. Max Knappen in 8th, Nick Gerhards, Thomas Strauve, Byron Mega and Jori Schoens round out the top 15 in 15th and 14th respectively, as we still have 5 minutes and 15 seconds to go. A bit of a nice little move there. That is from the 271 of Bruno Mulders up the inside of Mathis Turlo. That is for 4th position on the running order of things so far. It's under 2 minutes gone. Stolsamanis being hounded now by Rielitz. Now the thing is that even if Rielitz gets a victory, he will be alongside Stolsamanis. But now, now there's been a massive drama. Now, who on earth was that? That was the 205 of Joy Breedveld, who's now got the 230 of Francis Theo Blanc right up his back bumper. And there is also the 262, I believe, of Jori Schoens. So this is where things get rather hot and heated, and there is bump drafting galore. I think I just spotted Montego Marson in there as well. Normally a front runner in mini-max as he was last year, now up into juniors. And the first season for any junior in Rotax competition is never easy. You ask Kai Gilles, you ask Mike Van Voogd, you ask Lewis Gilbert, Clayton Ravenscroft, Joe Turney. As you can see that some drivers really getting the elbows out. And this is where now Gilles has got the lead. On lap number 4, he powered past Stolzemanis like he wasn't even he was standing still. And in the meantime, Bruno Mulders has got his way past Mikkel Pedersen. So that is that's 4 different nationalities represented by the top 4, as Bruno Mulders has a bit of a slide under braking. He hits the anchors to get the kart under control. The back end steps out to the left-hand side. But still from his perspective, as Max Knappen up the inside of Casper Schormans. Schormans for the switchback, going through the exit of turn 9, but Knappen powers past the youngster and gets through before they even reach the apex of turn 10. So 27 drivers still participating in this race. 3 minutes and 10 still to go. And now Casper Schormans drops down into 9th position, but a lot of drivers still trying to do their level best. Oh my goodness me. That was one Herculean effort there from Casper Schormans. He's going for it again. Wow, that was a brilliant move, but he pushes somebody wide. I think that was possibly Thomas Strauven. Or was that the 242? That's the 242, Mathis Turlo. So Turlo tried to keep it planted. And I must be completely honest with you, the amount of intestinal fortitude that Casper Schormans, at 11 years of age, I think the youngest driver in this entire junior Rotax field here this weekend, just said to Mathis Turlo, watch out, Buster, look who's coming through. And he just planted it there. He put the kart exactly where he wanted it. That was a great bit of ruthless aggression from Casper Schormans. And now Thomas Strauve has now got past Mathis Turlo. So Strauve now, Strauve now has the opportunity. And there has been a few drops down the order. Tommy van der Stroys now up into P20. Ralph van der Pevert up to 26th position. But Stolzemanis, can the Latvian from RM Latvia get a clean sweep today? But that's dependent on how much Gilles wants to have that victory to get. Oh! Nearly 4 abreast, right down the back straight. Montego Masson was in the middle of it all. Theo Bland, Tommy van der Stroys, Javi Bachmachdiuk, I think, were even involved there too. Montego Masson, oh my goodness me. It was like Piggy in the middle right there and then. 4 abreast going down the Europolan. That doesn't happen very often, I must be completely honest. But now Gerhard's up into 6th. Knappen, Schormans round out the top 8. Turlu now down into 10th. 1 minute and 15 still to go. I think Stolzemanis is holding back. You can tell by the way he's driving. He's not trying to put Gilles under any kind of insurmountable pressure. But Gilles knows that he's there. Gilles is just looking forward. He's looking at apexes. Now he's got... Now, there was the glance from Stolzemanis. And you can just see what Gilles is doing. I'm just looking by the body language. Gilles is not concentrating on what Stolzemanis is doing at all until he absolutely needs to. What he's doing is he's looking at the apexes and he's looking ahead. He's mitigating the circumstances. And that's the sign of a good driver. If you can keep looking forward and have the blinkers on and not worry about what the guy behind or the girl behind you is doing, you're in a better place because you're then able to go for it full chat. Penultimate lap of the day for Junior Rotax. Lap 8. Stolzemanis, I think, could send it if he wanted to, right there and then. However, whether he does something on the final lap is anybody's guess. But there's just under it. Oh, there he goes up the inside. He grunts a little bit wide. Gilles back up the inside. Oh, they nearly banged side pods. Gilles did the great old switcheroo on Thomas Stolzemanis. And Stolzemanis now knows that there's plenty of tricks up the magician's sleeve on those race overalls of Kai Gilles, I must be honest. But a good showing by Bruno Mulders in this particular occasion. Had a bit of a disaster in the second heat, but he's in P3. He's got the ringside seat ahead of Mikkel Pedersen. Edgars Vilkans in 5th place. Nick Gerhard's having a sterling drive. The the Stampex Motorsport kart. Final lap board is out. Relitz goes defensive. Oh, little bump from behind, courtesy of Stolsamaris. If that was a bit too aggressive there, that could be a possible front fairing. And that comes with an automatic 5-second time penalty. But Stolsamaris up the inside through turn 6. Mulders is there too. Now Relitz gets the run down the Europolan. He's nigh on bump drafting, right in the toe. Mulders now comes through to this as well. Mikkel Pedersen right behind. Relitz, if he's going to do anything, he's got 2 chances. Turn 10 or turn 12. But I don't think it's going to be enough. He's got to hang on to second. Bruno Mulders in third place. Mikkel Pedersen might try and steal something in the dying stages. However, as Relitz goes defensive on Mulders, good driving, good strategic driving there. As Stolsamaris goes into finals day with the biggest amounts of bragging rights. 3 straight victories for the Latvian, winning ahead of Kai Relitz by 0.219 seconds. Bruno Mulders a further 1.5 tenths behind, then just over a further 1.5 back to Mikkel Pedersen. Edgars Vilkans rounds out the top 5. So both Latvians have been running in the top 10 all day long. And I think they could do that all weekend as well. We'll find out tomorrow about that one. Nick Gerhards leads a quartet of Dutch drivers home ahead of Max Knappen. Casper Schormans, another top 10 finish for the 11-year-old from Stampex Motorsport. Luke Neeson, Thomas Strauver rounds out the top 10. So let's have a look at the final results for Junior Rotax for Heat 3. Stolsamaris wins ahead of Relitz, Mulders, Pedersen, Vilkans, Gerhards, Knappen, Schormans, Neeson, Strauven rounding out the top 10. Then it's Magnus Pedersen, Marius Rosrom, 27th on the grid to P12. Good driving by the Dane right there from RS Competition. Vic Stevens, Matti Sturlo, Tommy van der Stroys, Joik Briefeld, Theo Blan, Enzo Ball, Fabian Mega, Monty Gomassen, Olivier Jonkers, Thijs Daams, Jori Schoens, Jarvi Bachmachtiuk, Julian Kloosman, Lawrence Herbos and Ralf van der Pavert rounding out the 27 strong. They all finished within 14 seconds of each other at the checkered flag. So after this, we have one more race to go. But first up, it is DD2. And here is your starting grid for their third and final heat today. Len van Parijs will start from pole position, and alongside him will be Finland's Ville Viljalainen. So it has been a winner piece for these two. Zhanna Schublak after the contact in Heat 1 with Glen van Parijs' top exhaust shield going off and flying out whilst coming out of turn 12. He now starts again from P3. Obviously, these heats are based on the qualification side of things. Janne Goossens in 4th. Mick Knowlton from the Netherlands in the 403 will start from 5th. Alongside him will be France's Anthony Millet in the 444. Paulo Bessin-Senes from KMD representing France in the 405 starts from 7th, and we'll have Jordi Kleber in the 4110 representing Belgium alongside. Completing the top 10 is the 447 of Belgium, Sebastian de Conde, with Latvia's Rikards Subekis in the 471 alongside. Matthias Lund from Denmark in the 408 and Imke Arts from the Netherlands in the 421. They complete row number 6. Completing the 16-strong order, it is Aymeric Guérin, Enzo Boulogne, Hannes Border and Mikkel Tigerson representing France, Germany and Denmark respectively. 7 minutes are on the clock. And I'm going to throw an interesting statistic. I think I've counted 40 front-fairing penalties in the first day of competition of 2021 for the BNL karting series. You can see how excited people have been to come back to racing. But with that, you have to sort of take things with a little bit of a pinch of salt, so to speak. However, DD2 Masters are the only ones that have, from my reckoning, not had a front fairing penalty at all today. But obviously they're the smallest class on the grid, so you would say that the equation is in their favour. However, DD2 goes into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Let's just see. Looks like we are going racing this time. Good start from Van Parijs. Schublak trying to go up the inside, and so was... Oh my goodness me, Mick Knowlton was trying to put the cat amongst the pigeons. Bessin-Senes trying to force his way through. Looks like Janne Goossens kept in 4th for the minute. It's 2x2 hurrah going through into turn 5. And now this is where some of the drivers they know that they've got to do some work. And the sunlight fast fading. Time now is coming up to just 20 past 5 in the evening here in Limburg at Genk. But Van Parijs still leading, Schublak in 2nd. Viljalainen rounds out the top 3. Janne Goossens, Mick Knowlton, Paulo Bessin-Senes. Anthony Millet rounds out what is going to be the top 7. 8th is Sebastian de Grande. 9th, I think, is going to be possibly Zubekis. I would hazard a guess, and that is the case. Matthias Lund rounds out the top 10. So, Jordi Kleber outside of the top 10. So is in 11th ahead of Germany's Hannes Border, who started 15th, now up into P12 is the German in the 468. Imke Arts down in 13th position. She's got a little bit of work to do, but hopefully might be able to get some clean air and get some pace under the contact patches from those Mojo D5 tyres. Viljalainen closing on Schublak for 2nd position. Van Parijs still leads them as we fast approach the completion of lap number 2 here in the final DD2 heat of the day. Through the right-hand sweeper at turn 12 that starts to open up, and you can carry the momentum through to the left-hand side to get a good run into turns 1 and 2. Van Parijs still leads. Schublak not on the offensive yet. Gets a bit closer through the apex. Viljalainen still keeping with them. The top 3 covered by less than 3/10. Through into turn 5. Oh, very, very differing lines from Van Parijs and Schublak going through into turn number 5. But now Schublak has really got to get a motor on and try and get past Van Parijs. However, Knowlton battling away with Bessin-Senes. And that looks to be, I think, is that Janne Goossens that's dropped down? And he has. He's dropped down to 6th position. He's ahead of Anthony Millet, Sebastian de Grande, Ricard Sulbekis is now the top 3 squabbling away. You cannot separate the 3 of them, whatever you try and do. So Van Parijs leads. Gap now just under 2/10. As all, Striblak goes for the move up the inside of Van Parijs through turn 2, gets it done and dusted. But still just over halfway through this race. And this is where it all counts. And some good manoeuvring here. That was Anthony Millet on Janne Gussens, but Gussens got the move done as Van Parijs back down to now 3rd position. He's been in the lead for 3 of these laps, but now both Sander Striblak and Ville Villainen have now gotten past the 4:01 from Belgium. And last time I spoke to him, he was in the process of moving house. Well, that was not at the International Trophy. It was actually, funnily enough, I think it was the last round of it was probably the last round of the BNL karting series last season, and that was early October, where I actually ended up doing a month road trip through multiple different countries, including France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Germany, Italy, Austria, and then back to the UK. So this is where things are going to get rather interesting. Glenn Van Parijs came back, and he didn't really have any expectations last year. And one of the things is that, now there is a massive moment, and that's including the 471 of Richard Soubekis, and that is Anthony Millet, and that is on the inside. That's right on the racing line of turn 7. So Marshall's now going to the scene. So that was very, very difficult, and obviously not being in my usual commentary position, I'm sure my friend Guillaume Alvarez will have some insight for me post today, so I can update you all on the stream tomorrow morning. However, that has changed things quite spectacularly. So there is now Bessan-Senes and Knowlton nearly touching wheels going down the Europalan, and Bessan-Senes was round the outside and powered past the GKS Lemons Power driver. But now Van Parijs senses that time is fast running out. 1 minute and 47 seconds as they go through turn 10. So the top 3, they were covered by just under 0.4 of a second. But you could possibly think that in this respect, that maybe Bessan-Senes and Knowlton will, if they don't start fighting between each other, they're going to have a chance at catching the top 3. Now, the gap last time around between Bessan-Senes is, there's been a massive, massive drama, and that is the 468, I believe. That is Hannes Borda running on the Maranello chassis, Nice Racing colours there at the front of it. And that was through turn 2. Van Parijs, in the meantime, got past Ville Villainen, and that was going through turn 6, I believe. So that instance means that with just under 60 seconds on the clock to go, Glenn Van Parijs could go for a second victory, but you can't factor out Ville Villainen. He's always got plenty of finished sisu as that individual from every single time. He's the most soft-spoken individual. His English isn't the greatest, but he's always got a smile on his face off track. We go on to the penultimate lap, and now Glenn Van Parijs is sizing up a potential opportunity of an overtake on Sander Striblak. And you can just see, look how close he is. Nigh on bump drafting Striblak. These two used to be teammates. Great move up the inside, but the switchback comes from Striblak. Van Parijs drifts wide a little bit. It was nigh on a little bit of rubbings racing there between the pair of them. And Villainen gets up the inside. Now Bessan-Senes and Knowlton join the party. It's a quintet at the front battling for at least what could be 3rd position. If you're talking about Van Parijs, Bessan-Senes and Knowlton, as Bessan-Senes sends it up the inside through turn number 10 on Van Parijs. So bien fait Paulo Bessan-Senes on that particular occasion. So we go on to the final lap for DD2 today on the opening day of the BNL Karting Series Kick-off. And I think that Ville Villainen could have an opportunity to strike on the final lap and get past Striblak. But Striblak will want to make it 3 different winners from 3 different races. After the dramas he suffered in the first race after contact with Glenn Van Parijs, he's trying to make sure that he provides a bit of redemption for not just himself, but also towards the team of Stampex Motorsport. through turn 7 for the final time. Viljainen closing on Striblak in the latter stages. And this is where things will get rather interesting, because we go down into turn 10 for the final time. Through into 11. A great job there by Zander Striblak. He is held on at this particular moment. And through the final corner, Stampex Motorsports, Zander Striblak takes the victory by 59 thousandths of a second ahead of Vili Villainen. Paulo Besancenes steals third place within the last lap and a half on Glenn Van Parijs. Mick Knowlton in fifth, as the rest of the field. We had 3 retirements in that race: Jori Klevoort and Anthony Millet and Ricard Subekis. So I would imagine, they say it takes 2 to tango, but 3. They do say that too many cooks spoil the broth, especially when it comes to an accident. So Jori Klevoort actually retired a couple of laps later, so whether he was an unwilling or unwanted participant in that. So Millet and Subekis retire on lap number 4. However, let's have a look at the final finishing order for DD2 provisional standings. Zander Striblak takes the win by 59 thousandths of a second ahead of Vili Villainen from Finland. Paulo Besancenes takes third, so 3 different nationalities represented in the top 3. Glenn Van Parijs and Mick Knowlton round out the top 5 ahead of Jan Negusens, Sebastian de Grand, Matthias Lund, Emerick Gerhard, Imke Arts, Mikkel Tigerson, Enzo Boulogne and Hannes Border rounding out the 13 that finished. And there is a very, very forlorn cart. And that back bumper on the 471 of Ricard Subekis is not tracking true right now.
man bijna bevroren. Beter een barbecue. Kun je een warme, kun je eten tegelijkertijd.
The 15th and final race of the BNL Karting Series Kick-off. Saturday action is about to get underway. And as always, we welcome back our DD2 Masters contingent back on the hallowed tarmac here at the 1,360 metre circuit. Here's your starting order for DD2 Masters. Heat number 3 out of 3. Carl Klebold, who took the victory in Heat 1 and would end up finishing second in Heat 2, starts on pole position once again. Tom Dessau rounds out the front row, so it is a all-Belgian affair on home soil. Christoph Adams, who won Heat number 2 by having that cheeky audacity to get up the inside of Carl Klebold, and took his own first victory of the 2021 season in the BNL Karting Series. He starts alongside Bruno Dos Santos, and that's row 2. Britsai in the 501 from Estonia. We'll have Frank Lavergne in the 529 from KMD, representing France, in position number 6. 7th place, our starter will be Christophe Capitain from France in the 599, with Frédéric Goose Bakert, as I'm now going to call him, I think, as long as I can throw that in when he's not trying to do an audacious move on anybody. The 5x3 will start in 8th position. So the timer has been set once again for 7 minutes plus an additional lap here at the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium. So we'll have another 8 minutes of racing action to conclude what has been, well, in terms of the track activity here at Karting Genk, what we have had is the best part of 150 minutes of competition in qualifying and also the racing. So that is effectively 2.5. That's about 2 hours and 30 minutes. So 180 minutes would be 3 hours in total. So it is down to Clevort and Dessau to control the pace as they now make their way through turn number 10. So the red lights on the starting gantry for one final time on the Saturday of the BNL Karting Series Kick-off. Tomorrow we start the action at 11 o'clock Central European time. That's 10 a.m. UK time for those over here in the United Kingdom. No British competitors here this weekend, obviously, with the travel restrictions very much in full effect. However, the drivers now make their way through the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Looks like we've got a good start, and Carl Clevort jumps into the initial lead, but there has been a moment for Pritzai as, Carl Clevort gets a turnaround. Oh my goodness me. And then Frank Leverne then also has a moment going through the exit of turn number 2. And that means that Carl Clevort is no longer in the lead of this race, but the driver that is in the lead is now Tom Dessert. Pritzai in second, Christoph Adams in third place, Bruno Dos Santos rounding out the top 5 positions, and then Frederick Baker must be counting his lucky stars right about now, as we've got yellow flags being shown ever so briefly there. So we will see as now Pritzai up the inside through turn 12, and I think I just saw someone peel off into the pit lane. I think that is Carl Clevort. He has now pulled it into the pits as a result of obviously what just happened on lap 1 going through turn 2. So Carl Clevort will be a little bit on the back foot tomorrow. However, Pritzai leads with 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go as they go through turn 6 into the Europlan. Christoph Adams now has been deposed. I think that is by Bruno Dos Santos. So we do have 6 of the 7 drivers still competing. Frank Leverne has continued onwards. So his Gallic resolve notwithstanding. And now this is going to be a rather interesting sextet of competitors there that will be going into battle for what is the lead. And we've got just over 5 minutes to go on the clock itself. And now Pritzai from Estonia leads. Dessert, Dos Santos, Adams, Capitan, Baker. Carl Clevort is going to be confirmed as an official retirement momentarily as the blue light shows up on the timing screen. However, these drivers now are battling for effectively what is the 3rd race, and it could be that we might have our 3rd different winner in DD2 Masters, just like we had with DD2 today. Glenn Van Parijs, Ville Villelainen, and also now Zander Schublak winning a respective heat. However, it has been Carl Clevort and Christoph Adams. Who will be number 3? Will it be Pritzai? Will it be Tom Dessert? Will it be Bruno Dos Santos? Could it even be Christoph Capitan or Frederick Baker? Your guess is as good as mine, because if Christoph Adams wins, he then goes into finals day with the biggest amount of bravado and chagrin that you probably will have seen for a very, very long time. As long as he doesn't put his false teeth back in, he's absolutely fine, like he was showing on his profile picture on Facebook the other day. However, that's just the character that is Christoph Adams. But a really funny guy to be around, amidst with some of his Freudian slips, so to speak. However, Pritzai still continuing to lead the race as they go through turn 7 off of the Europlan. We're coming towards the halfway point of the timer counting down here. And as I say that now, Pritzai and Tom Dessert having a big old battle. And then Bruno Dos Santos trying to make his presence felt. But Tom Dessert now has the lead as we're about to complete lap number 4 of this race. Oh, and a bit of a cheeky overtake up the inside of Pritzai. That was Bruno Dos Santos, or Pritzai decides, well, if you're going to muscle your way through the inside of me, I'm going to do likewise. But then Bruno Dos Santos forces Pritzai very, very wide. Christoph Adams gets round the outside of the Estonian through turn 3. And now Christoph Capitan has just been docked to place. Oh, Adams getting a bit cheeky there. A little bit of a tap on the side pod of Dos Santos. And now Dos Santos on the grass on the right-hand side of the Europlan. That puts him straight into the path of Franclaverne. And now that means that Christoph Adams now is P2. Pritzai P3. Frederick Baker now up into 4th place. And along with that, Christoph Capitan right behind the 553 in these dying stages. Less than 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. And still, he has a chance as Frederick Baker. He could even go for a top 3, but that depends on whether Pritzai is going to have that opportunity of making, well, not having an opportunity, that misfortune of having a possible problem. Reference the third place. So Frederick Baker now really doing a great job, but he's being hustled again by Christoph Capitan. He tries to go cleanly through in towards turn number 6, and in many respects here, this is where things do change at the latest moments in any race. But Christoph Capitan not able to get past Frederick Baker just yet. Pritzai still in 2nd position. Christoph Adams looks over his right shoulder as Tom Dessert is now away with the tumbleweeds right now, 3.2 seconds up the road. Bruno Dos Santos has got himself back into the fight here, into the melee. Franclaverne has been running in the 55.9s and the 55.8s over the last couple of laps or so. So the Frenchman's consistency still helping him as now Frederick Baker gets passed by Christoph Capitan. That would have happened through turn 12. So Baker now coming under fire for Bruno Dos Santos. Now Laverne fancies an opportunity. Carl Klebot, yeah, after the first lap and that first turn in that turn 2 incident on lap 1, put the De Backer away into the back office, so to speak, and not able to come out and play with the rest of the children on the playground. However, still Dessert has a 3.3 second lead ahead of Christoph Adams. Pritzai now starting to pull a gap between himself and also Christoph Capitan. And also the biggest thing here is that Pritzai is trying to close on Christoph Adams. The gap was about 5.5 tenths of a second last time around. We're going to go on to the penultimate lap of the race and also of the day, because Tom Dessert now crosses the line as Goose goes up the inside through, trying to get through onto Bruno Dos Santos. And on that particular occasion, he manages to get an opportunity but can't make it work. And on that particular occasion, Frederick Baker now will fall into the clutches of Franclaverne, but the timer is about to run out as we are about to hit 0 on the clock as the leader now makes his way through turn 8. Timer hit 0. That is it for the day in terms of the 150 minutes or so of competition. When you consider it so, you're probably talking about 2 3/4 hours worth of qualifying and the racing here today, as Frederick Baker now getting very, very defensive on Franclaverne. So the final lap board is out, and Tom Dessert crosses the line and is 3.14 seconds ahead of Christoph Adams. Pritzai in 3rd place, nearly 4.5 tenths of a second ahead of, behind the 555. Frederick Baker still keeping in 6th position. Franclaverne, I think, after what happened initially, not able to capitalise or have the pace in order to try and get past, but he might give it one more attempt. He's wearing his Team France Rotax Grand Finals overalls, if memory serves me correctly. So now he's going to have a chance, if he can, to get past, but I think Baker will make it very hard for him. But in the meantime, the final checkered flag, it is going to be 3 different winners for DD2 Masters as Tom Dessert in the 530 comes across the line, jubilant that he's now the third different winner alongside Christoph Adams, who takes second, and Carl Klebot, who retired on the very first lap of this race. They are the three race fixers from today. Pritztai in third place ahead of Christoph Capitan, Bruno Dos Santos. Frederick Baker takes sixth position, so good on you, Goose. Well done, buddy. And Franck Laverne rounding out the top 7 positions. So that is it. 15 of the 24 races now in the history books, as season 14 of the BNL karting series is very much truly underway here at the hallowed halls of the home of champions karting Genk in Belgium. It's been a rather interesting day. We've had incidents, we've had accidents, we've had well over 40 front fairing penalties today. My, oh my, I never thought I'd be saying that on the first day of competition in 2014 for the BNL. But hey, it is what it is. That's part and parcel of racing. A really big thank you to everyone that has watched the stream today. We will be back tomorrow morning. Obviously, we will be ready and up and running for the second chance heat that gets underway for the 17 senior Rotax drivers that have not made it through to the top 30. We will then have pre-finals and finals, each in duration 13 minutes, plus one additional lap. And they start at 11:25 tomorrow morning, with Junior Rotax kicking things off after Senior Max's the bottom 6 of the 36 that will go into the pre-finals, and the finals tomorrow will be decided through the second chance heat. On behalf of everyone working behind the scenes, Camp Company GmbH, MW Race Consulting, my name's Alex Goldschmidt, your live stream commentator for the BNL karting series. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Good night, stay safe, and have a very, very good night.
After that, we do the coffee.